them.
Okay, we can wait.
So let's just go ahead and continue with her because she's here.
No problem.
Please tell me your name.
It's a Spanish interpreter case, Your Honor.
Oh, all right. Yeah. You know you guys have to tell me that, right?
Hello, Cisco Unity Connect.
It looks like everyone is calling right now. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna give the interpreters a moment. All right, let's go, Miss May, with the 33 days while we wait.
I'm also unsure why there's not victims here yet, Your Honor. So that may.
Oh, maybe it's a good thing to wait then.
Yes, Your Honor. First, I have Anthony Johnson, 21 MM 6472. Notice and on filing, so it should be granted. Carlos Delgado Alberto, 21 CF 12321. Granted, notice and on filing.
Hold on one moment. All right.
Ryan Oliver, 21 CF 12350. Granted, notice and on filing. Yao Chen, 21 CF 12399. Granted, notice and on filing.
Even though it's a day early?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Alicia Gornall, 21 CF 12289. Granted, notice and on filing. Amethyst Beck, 21 CF 12366. Granted, notice and on filing. Hector Santiago, 21 CF 12325. Granted, notice and on filing. Jonathan Prescott, 21 CF 11968. Denied. It was filed on the 15th. Cassandra Nicole Anderson, 21 CF 12315, also known as Alicia Gornall. Granted, notice and on filing.
Cassandra Anderson?
Cassandra Anderson, I believe, is an AKA for Miss Gornall.
All right, I don't have that on here, but it's okay.
Do you have under Miss Gornall's name?
No, I had it under,
Cassandra Anderson?
yes.
Okay. Tracy Roberts, 21 CF 12391. Granted, it was a no information notice was filed. Reginald Jackson, 21 CF 12299. Granted, notice and on filing. Marlon Secura, 21 CF 12389. Granted, notice and on filing.
Hold on, that's not who I have. I have Arthur Cozy.
Arthur Cozy, 21 CF 9726. Granted, notice and on filing.
Hold on. Next, I have Frankie
Bohokeritz,
there you go.
21 CF 12326. Granted, notice and on filing. Is the last one Mr. Secura?
Arthur D. Cozy again. 21 CF 9726.
That's the one we already did, Your Honor.
So they just gave it to me twice.
I believe so.
All right. Then I have the Frankie,
Bohokeritz again,
yes,
12326. That's
yes,
the one we just addressed.
okay. Then I have Marlon Sakira Jr.
12389, that it was granted, notice of non-filing.
All right, so your office gave us duplicates, Ms. George.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's see if we can get an interpreter now. Sir, do you need a Spanish interpreter
No, I can speak Spanish.
and English?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Bye-bye.
Hello, Cisco Unity Connect.
All right, hold on. I can't get an interpreter. Maybe what we do is start bringing out other cases and then we'll try them again. I'm going to try one more time. We got it.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Rafael Barrera, State Certified Court Interpreter. I have been previously sworn.
Good morning. Thank you. Please connect to the headset.
Certainly, Your Honor. Allow me just a moment, please.
Thank you. She's not moving or responding in any way. Is there anything wrong with the headset?
Your Honor, yeah, I was going to ask, Judge, if we could have someone check the headsets because I believe they're functioning.
She said she doesn't hear anything. Can you check the connection? Just
See if
replug
the
it in.
deputy can hear. Your Honor, I can hear the connection being made on the microphone, so I don't know.
Did you hear anything? All right, can you just unplug it all the way and replug it back in, and let's just see if we can get this to work? Of course it's today.
Your Honor, I can hear the microphone part of it. Apparently, the headphone part of it, the audio is not working. I see that the deputy can't hear me.
All right, well, let's just do it without the headset.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, tell me your name.
Señora, por favor, dígame su nombre despacito en voz alta.
Jenny Barnett.
Jenny Barnett.
21 CF 13671. You're here charged with aggravated assault with a firearm and carrying a concealed weapon.
El caso 21 CF 13671, la acusan de agresión agravada con arma mortífera y poseer arma oculta.
There is probable cause, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you.
Existe motivo fundado, le voy a asignar un abogado para que la represente.
Sir, did you wish to testify this morning?
Yes, yes, I do.
Caballero, ¿usted desea testiguar esta mañana? Sí.
I'll just ask that I'm going to have the prosecutor ask you some questions. Just respond in short sentences so that the interpreter can interpret after everything you say.
Okay. Well,
La
I'll have a
fiscalía le va a
chance to
hacer
be able to
alguna
speak
pregunta. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
regarding the.
Yes.
Sir?
Okay.
Sir,
Just
I need you to please wait for the interpreter and then you can speak after the interpreter has spoken, please.
Okay. Copy.
Caballero, la fiscalía le va a hacer algunas preguntas a usted, señor. Por favor, hable en cortas frases y después que él termine de interpretar, usted puede hablar.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Por favor, levante la mano derecha a ser juramentado, caballero.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
¿Me jura decir la verdad, toda la verdad y solamente la verdad? Sí.
Please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Casey.
Por favor,
Barnett.
diga, sir,
I'm sorry.
please, if you'd be kind enough to wait for the interpreter. Thank you
Sorry,
so much.
I'm not used to that.
Right.
Señor, si puede decirme su nombre y deletrear su apellido.
Casey Barnett, Barnett.
Casey Barnett, B-A-R-N-E-T-T.
I'm going to ask the prosecutor if she has questions for you first.
Primero le voy a preguntar a la fiscalía a ver si ella tiene preguntas para usted.
Good morning, sir. Can you please state your relationship to Miss Barnett?
She's my wife.
Buenos días, caballero.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
Buenos días, caballero. ¿Me puede, por favor, decir cuál es su relación a la señorita Barnett?
My wife.
Ella es mi esposa.
Are you afraid of her?
No.
¿Usted la teme?
Would you be afraid of her if she were to be released from
I'm sorry,
custody
counsel.
today?
My apologies, counsel. I did not get a response from the witness.
No, sir.
No, señora.
Would you be afraid if she were to be released from custody today?
¿Usted tuviera algún temor si le dan su libertad en el día de hoy?
No.
No.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
¿Algo semejante ha sucedido anteriormente?
No.
No.
Are you willing to call 911 if anything like this or anything more severe ever occurred in the future?
¿Usted llamaría al 911 si algo semejante fuera a suceder o algo más grave?
Yes, absolutely.
Sí, absolutamente.
Do you believe drugs or alcohol played a part in this incident?
¿Usted cree que las drogas o alcohol interfirieron en este incidente?
Definitely no drugs at all. Maybe alcohol a little bit, and that was it. It was a little bit on that.
Absolutamente no drogas, pero creo que posiblemente un poco el alcohol.
And do you want to have contact with Miss Barnett while this case is pending?
¿Y usted desea tener contacto con la señorita Barnett mientras que esté pendiente este caso?
Yes, she's the mother of my child. So, yeah.
Sí, es la madre de mi criatura, claro que sí.
So she qualifies for a program called pretrial release, meaning that she could be released without bond, but be kind of supervised by the judge while she's out. Is that something that sounds okay to you?
Ella
Yes.
reúne requisitos para el programa prejuicial, o sea, ella puede salir suelta bajo o sin fianza y tener una supervisión por parte del juzgado. ¿Usted estuviera de acuerdo con eso?
Yes.
Sí.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Gracias, eso es todo lo que tengo, su señoría.
Ms. George, any questions from the defense?
No questions.
Licenciada George, ¿alguna pregunta por parte de la defensa?
No questions, Your Honor.
No tengo preguntas, su señoría.
All right, Mr. Barnett, is there anything else you'd like to tell the court today?
Yes.
Señor Barnett, ¿hay algo más que usted le quisiera decir al tribunal en el día de hoy?
Yes, please.
Sí, por favor.
Just short sentences, please, for the interpreter.
Okay.
Cortas frases para el intérprete, por favor.
I'd like to ask that all the charges be dropped for her. This was the complete misunderstanding. We were at our property, so.
Quisiera que todos estos cargos sean desestimados. Esto fue un malentendido. Nos encontramos en nuestra propiedad.
I can guarantee you nothing like this would ever happen again. We won't shatter your doorstep. I guarantee you that. If you would give her a chance.
Le garantizo que esto nada semejante va a suceder de nuevo. No nos acercaremos aquí una vez más si a usted le da una oportunidad.
All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Gracias, caballero, se lo agradezco.
And you coming here today.
Yes.
Y el hecho que usted haya venido aquí en el día de hoy. Sí.
The court does not have the ability to drop the charges.
El tribunal no tiene la habilidad de sobreseer los cargos.
She's being prosecuted by the state of Florida.
Ella ha sido procesada por el estado de la Florida.
Ms. May, do you have a card or something you can give him so that he can call the state attorney's office?
Licenciada May, ¿tiene usted una tarjeta o algo para que él tenga la información para contactar a la fiscalía?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll pass it through after this case is concluded.
Sí, su señoría, se lo voy a entregar después que concluamos este caso.
All right, she's going to give you a card with a number to call. That's who you want to get in touch with.
Ella le va a dar una tarjeta que contiene un número y a ellos a que usted se tiene que dirigir.
And tell them what you told me today.
Okay.
Y dígale a ellos lo que usted me acaba de decir a mí en el día de hoy. Está bien.
It's okay, Mama.
For today, Ms. Barnett, I'm going to release you on pretrial release.
En el día de hoy, señorita Barnett, le voy a dar la libertad prejuicial
And lower the amount of the monetary bond that I would have otherwise required you to post.
y le voy a reducir la cantidad de la fianza que de otros modos le hubiera exigido.
On count one, it will be $100.
En el primer cargo serán $100,
No monetary on count two.
y no tiene cantidad monetaria en el segundo cargo.
Based on the testimony here today,
Basado en el testimonio en el día de hoy,
I'll order that you can have only peaceful contact with the victim.
solamente se le permite contacto sin hostilidad con la víctima.
No hostile contact.
El contacto sin hostilidad,
That means no yelling, no throwing things.
eso quiere decir que no pueden haber gritos, no puede tirar objetos.
Do you understand?
¿Usted me entiende? I'm sorry, Your Honor, the interpreter could not hear the defendant.
She said yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
All right, ma'am, you can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition.
No se le permite portar armas de fuego, armas blancas o municiones.
You also cannot possess or consume any alcoholic beverages.
Tampoco puede poseer o ingerir bebidas alcohólicas.
You'll be subject to random alcohol screens.
Se le hará pruebas de alcohol, de orine al azar.
And at this time, you have a detainer for immigration.
Y en este momento usted tiene un retén de inmigración.
So until that detainer is cleared, you will not be released.
Entonces, hasta que se resuelva ese retén de inmigración, a usted no la van a liberar.
If the detainer clears, you'll be released on pretrial release.
Si se resuelve el retén de inmigración, le darán la libertad por el programa de libertad provisional.
On that green piece of paper, there's a phone number for you to call your attorney.
En esa hoja verde hay el número de teléfono para que usted contacte a su abogado.
Good luck, ma'am.
Buena suerte, señora.
No.
Good luck, sir. Thank you for coming.
Will I not be able to
Buena
get her
suerte,
out?
caballero. Muchas gracias por comparecer.
No, not until the detainer from immigration clears.
Okay.
Ella no será liberada hasta que el retén de inmigración sea resuelto.
Yeah, I have all the paperwork that we filed for her. She's here legally and everything.
Nosotros tenemos toda la documentación que nosotros entablamos. Ella está aquí de manera legal.
I believe you, but I don't work with ICE, so I can't clear the hold. Immigration has to clear it.
Okay, could you give me a rough
Yo no
estimate?
trabajo. I'm sorry, sir.
Sorry.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Yo no trabajo para el departamento de ICE de inmigración, por lo tanto, yo no puedo resolverle esto a ella. Ella tiene que contactarlos.
I can't, but they may be able to downstairs.
Yo no puedo hacerlo, por lo que es posible que en el otro piso lo puedan hacer.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck, sir.
Buena suerte.
Please tell me your name.
Your Honor,
The headset's not working. What?
This is an additional Spanish case. The interpreter just wanted to confirm.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dígame su nombre, por favor.
Duperville Aneville.
Señor, alce la voz, hable despacito y bien alto, por favor.
Duperville Aneville.
Sorry, Your Honor. If the interpreter could inquire, I do not believe this is a Spanish individual. I believe he's speaking Creole. Señor, ¿usted habla español?
Creole.
Yes, you're correct. He's speaking Creole. I don't know why it says Spanish. All right, we have another Spanish speaker, though.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this Spanish? Oh, we have more than one. I'm sorry. Sir, what's your name?
Caballero, ¿cómo se llama usted? Despacito y en voz alta.
Cristian Giovanni Vasquez Martinez.
Cristian Giovanni Vasquez Martinez.
And his face sheet says English, so I don't know. All right. 21MM500, you're here charged with battery, domestic violence.
Usted está aquí por un cargo de agresión, violencia doméstica.
There is probable cause.
Existe un motivo fundado.
I'll appoint an attorney to represent you.
Le voy a asignar un abogado para que lo representen.
Sir, do you wish to testify today?
Señor, ¿usted desea testiguar en el día de hoy?
Sí, vengo a retirar los cargos contra mi hijo. Mi niña.
Yes, I've come here. Señor, un momentico. Yes, I've been here to ask to drop the charges against my son.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Por favor, levante su mano derecha para recibir el juramento.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
¿Usted juró o afirma decir la verdad, toda la verdad, solamente la verdad ante Dios?
Sí, señor.
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name for the record and spell your
Por fa-
last name.
Por favor, dígame su nombre para que consten actas y deletre su apellido despacito y en voz alta, por favor.
Mi nombre es Peter Vasquez Ramírez.
My name is Peter Vasquez Ramirez.
All right, you can put your hand down now. The prosecutor has some questions.
El fiscal tiene unas preguntas para usted.
Good morning, sir. Can you please state your relationship to Christian Vasquez Martinez?
Buenos días, caballero. ¿Me puede decir cuál es su relación con Cristian Vázquez Martínez?
Es mi hijo mayor.
He's my eldest son.
Are you afraid of him?
¿Usted lo teme?
No,
No.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
¿Algo semejante ha sucedido anteriormente?
no, no ha sucedido eso. Es la primera vez que lo hace y le hizo daño.
No, it hasn't happened before. This is the first time he's done it.
Are you willing to call 911 if anything like this or anything more severe ever occurred in the future?
¿Usted llamaría al 911 si algo semejante o algo más severo fuera a suceder en el futuro?
Sí, señor.
Clarification. Repita, señor.
Sí,
Yes.
Do you believe drugs or alcohol were involved in this incident?
¿Usted cree que las drogas o alcohol tomó parte de esta situación?
sí, fue el alcohol. Estaba alcoholizado él.
Yes, it was alcohol. He was under the influence.
And do you want to have contact with him while this case is pending?
¿Usted desea tener contacto con él mientras que el caso esté pendiente?
Sí, ellos van a abandonar este lugar donde están y regresan al lugar de su trabajo.
Yeah, I just want him to go back to where he was and go back to work.
All right, thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Gracias, eso es todo lo que tengo, su señoría.
Any questions from the defense?
No questions.
¿Alguna pregunta por parte de la defensa?
No questions, Your Honor.
No hay preguntas, su señoría.
Your Honor, for the record, there are two alleged victims. There's only one count of battery. And Mr. Vasquez Ramirez is arguably only one of the two alleged victims.
Su señoría, hay dos presuntas víctimas, hay un solo cargo de agresión y el señor Vázquez Ramírez es una de las víctimas.
Counselor, I saw that in the affidavit. It says 2 counts, but I only see 1 count charged.
Sí, y licenciada, veo en el affidavit que hay 2 cargos, pero solamente se procesó uno de los cargos.
Yes, Your Honor, I saw that as well. I just wanted to bring it to your attention in case you didn't when setting the contact conditions.
Sí, su señoría, yo no sabía si usted lo había visto, yo lo vi, quería estar segura para cuando usted estableciera las condiciones de contacto.
All right, thank you.
Gracias.
Sir, thank you for coming this morning.
Caballero, gracias por comparecer en el día de hoy.
You said that you want to talk about dropping the charges.
Usted indicó que quería hablar sobre sobreseer los cargos.
The court does not have the ability to do that.
Sí, necesito retirar los cargos.
Juzgado, señor, espere, por favor.
Ok.
El juzgado no tiene la habilidad de hacer eso.
You have to contact the state attorney's office.
Usted tiene que ponerse en contacto con las oficinas de la fiscalía.
This case is the state of Florida versus Christian Vasquez Martinez.
Este es el caso del estado de la Florida en contra de Cristian Vázquez Martínez.
I will ask the prosecutor to give you a phone number that you can call.
Yo le diré a la fiscalía que le entregue a usted un número de teléfono para que usted pueda llamar.
¿Está bien?
For now, I'm sorry?
Diga, caballero.
¿Está bien?
That's fine.
All right, thank you. Mr. Vasquez Martinez, Christian, your bond is $500.
Señor Cristian Vázquez Martínez, su fianza son $500.
Está bien, yo lo voy a pagar.
That's fine, I'm going to pay it.
Sir, I'm addressing your son now.
Caballero, le estoy dirigiendo la palabra a su hijo en este momento.
Oh, sorry.
Sir, you can have no contact with any victim, witness, or the other victim in this case. Do you understand what no contact means?
Caballero, usted no se le va a permitir tener contacto con ninguna víctima, testigo, en este caso. Usted sabe lo que quiere decir no contacto.
He has to answer out loud.
Usted tiene que contestar en voz alta. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm having difficulty hearing him. If you could get a little closer to the microphone. Señora, acérquese al micrófono, por favor, y háblele de nuevo en voz alta.
Sí entiendo. He leído la orden de prohibición de contacto.
Yes, I do understand. I've read the order prohibiting me contact.
You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition.
No se le permitirá portar armas de fuego, armas blancas o municiones.
You can't possess or consume alcoholic beverages, and you'll be subject to random alcohol screens through pretrial release.
No se le permitirá ingerir bebidas alcohólicas ni portarlas y se le harán pruebas de orina al azar para el alcohol durante el periodo de libertad provisional.
You must maintain a separate residence.
Tiene que mantener una residencia separada.
I'll allow one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings.
Le voy a permitir que regrese una sola vez acompañado de un oficial de orden público para que recopile sus pertenencias personales.
Do you understand?
¿Usted me entiende?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. Ms. George, did you want to say something?
¿Señora, quería decir algo?
Your Honor, I was just going to ask that given his father wants to have contact with him, that there be a no hostile contact order in place, at least for the father.
Y ya que el hecho de que el padre, su señoría, quería tener contacto con él, que por lo menos le pongamos una orden de no contacto hostil solamente con el padre.
Even if you still order the maintain a separate residence, Your Honor.
Aunque usted mantenga la orden exigiéndole una residencia separada.
I'm not going to do that at this time based on the facts contained in the affidavit.
No voy a hacer eso basado en los hechos contenidos en el affidavit.
Okay.
This seems like the kind of incident that maybe everyone needs some time to cool off and breathe.
Esto me parece a mí el tipo de incidente que todos los participantes necesitan tiempo para respirar y calmarse.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. Thank you.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you for coming, sir. Good luck.
Gracias por comparecer, caballero. Muy buena suerte.
Gracias, señoría, muy amable.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Please tell me your name.
Por favor, dígame su nombre despacito y en voz alta.
Jency Paola Sorto Villanueva.
Clarification, Your Honor. Dígamelo de nuevo, por favor, despacito. Jency Paula
Sorto Villanueva.
Villanueva.
Sí.
Jency Paula Sorto Villanueva.
You have two cases today, 21MM 7369, 21CF 13658. You're charged with battery, domestic violence, and criminal mischief.
Usted tiene dos casos en el día de hoy, 21MM 7369, 21CF 13658, agresión, violencia doméstica y travesura penal.
I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in each of your cases.
Le voy a asignar a un abogado que la represente a usted en cada uno de sus casos.
There is probable cause in both cases.
Existe motivo fundado en ambos casos.
Your bond is $500 on the misdemeanor and $1,000 on the felony.
En el delito menor, la fianza serán $500. En el delito mayor, la fianza serán $1,000.
You can have no contact with the victim in this case. Do you understand what no contact means?
No se le va a permitir contacto con la víctima en este caso. ¿Usted entiende lo que eso significa?
Sí.
Yes.
You can't possess a weapon, a firearm, or ammunition.
No puede portar armas de fuego, armas blancas o municiones.
You must maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings.
Tiene que mantener unas residencias separadas. Le voy a permitir que regrese una sola vez acompañado de un oficial del orden público para que recupere sus pertenencias personales.
Do you understand?
¿Usted me entendió?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, good luck.
Gracias y buena suerte.
¿Ahora pueden pagar lo de la fianza?
So they can pay the bond right now?
I don't know who they is, but yes, you can post the bond and bond out anytime.
Yo no sé si quiénes le va a pagar las fianzas, pero sí, se puede pagar la fianza en cualquier momento.
Ok. Y
Okay.
así me puedo ir.
And then I can leave.
Yes, ma'am.
Ok.
Sí, señora.
Good luck.
Buena suerte.
All right, we have no more Spanish speakers?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much for your service.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Have a good morning.
As well. All right, so do we have Creole or not? Okay, so skip Creole, because we don't have that. Please tell me your name.
Osmond Wilson, ma'am.
All right, is he here for an out-of-county VOP? I don't know why he's here.
Okay, so I got a note from the weekend ASA. He was here for a trespass, and Judge Roach did not find PC for that trespass, but he bonded on it. And then Judge Roach did an on-view VOP because he's a violent felony offender of special concern. But it was still reset for PC purposes for the trespass, even though he already bonded on it. But he's sitting no bond currently on a on-view violation set by Judge Roach.
All right, so he's here on the 21 MM 7358 for probable cause on the trespass.
I'm sorry, what?
No, I don't know.
You just said that she didn't find PC and reset it for probable cause.
She didn't find PC and reset for probable cause, but he bonded on it, so he's not currently in custody on the trespass.
So he doesn't need to be seen at all?
He's only in custody currently on the...
Threw my charge out. I didn't mind.
On the VOP.
I'm sorry for speaking.
That's the note I have. I wasn't in court.
I have a note that says he bonded on that as well, so I don't know.
He bonded, Your Honor.
So
he just has the on-view violation and a violent felony offender of special concern, which I believe he's held no bond on because Judge Roach found an on-view violation.
And she already did that, so there's no reason for him to be here.
I believe so. I do have additional information if the court would like to see it, but he has already bonded on the trespass, so.
I don't think there's any reason to.
That was my understanding as well.
All right, sorry, sir. I don't know why you were brought back today. You shouldn't have been.
So what's my status?
So you're still being held right now on the violation of probation and as a violent felony offender of special concern. So once that gets addressed, then they'll transport you back to Osceola County. I can't hear you.
They're going to transport me to Osceola?
Right, because it looks like your violation of probation is out of Osceola County, so you have to go back there to address it.
Okay, but even if my charge here was dropped because no probable cause?
Right, it's a violation of probation, and the charge wasn't dropped.
Oh, they woke me up and told me it was.
Yeah, I don't know why they woke you up. I'm sorry. Call your attorney, though, okay? All right, so...
Welcome to an Econo meeting. You are entering the meeting now.
We're supposed to have two attorneys. Oh, we've got one. Good morning, Mr. Bigney.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you today?
Very good, thank you. I know Carrie Rentz has been on and been getting bounced off as well.
Okay, all right. So,
good morning, Judge. I'm here as well. I'm representing the victim in the Arias case.
All right, well, let me find out if that's who I have. Sir, tell me your name.
Arias.
All right, you're here in 21 CF 12915, charged with tampering with a witness and aggravated battery. A warrant was issued for your arrest, so another judge has already found probable cause. Mr. Bigney, I'm sorry, did you put your appearance on record or did I just call your name?
I didn't. We did file a notice of appearance this morning, but David Bigney on behalf of Omar Arias.
All right. So since it's a warrant and probable cause has already been found, I'm assuming that you don't want to be heard of that. Is that right, Mr. Bigney?
That's right, Your Honor.
All right. Ma'am, are you here to testify this morning?
I'm just here to drop the charges.
All right, so if you want to say anything, I need you to be sworn in. Raise your right hand, please.
Please swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Damaris Franco. My last name, Franco.
All right, so Ms. Renz, you're on the line. You're representing
Yes, Your Honor.
her?
Yes, Your Honor. It's my client's position. She would like to have contact with Mr. Aris. I filed my notice of appearance as well as a declination of prosecution this morning. Her position is she does not want this case to be prosecuted.
All right, then let me ask, does the state have any questions for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Good morning, ma'am. Are you afraid of Mr. Arias?
No.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
No, ma'am.
If anything like this ever occurred in the future, would you feel comfortable calling 911?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you want to have contact with him while this case is pending?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, anything from the defense, Mr. Bigney?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Ma'am, was there anything else that you wanted to tell the court this morning?
No, just that I want to drop the charges, but you said I have to contact the state, correct?
Right, so the court doesn't have the ability to do that. He's being prosecuted by the state of Florida, but I'm sure your attorney, she could further explain that to you, but basically, the state has all of the power to make a charging decision. So it's up to them whether they want to prosecute or not.
Okay.
So you'll want to get in touch with them, and she probably has contact information for you, but I'll ask Ms. May if you can provide that
Okay.
as well.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right, Mr. Bigney, did you want to be heard on bond?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Arias found out yesterday afternoon that there was a warrant for his arrest. He immediately turned himself in. He is not a flight risk. There's no history of failing to appear, to my knowledge. We'd ask that the bond be set very low. $2,500 is what we're requesting.
What says the state?
Your Honor, state would argue that that's incredibly low given the allegations in the affidavit. I understand the victim's testimony here today that she wants to have the charges dropped against Mr. Arias. However, the allegations within the affidavit are particularly concerning. And he's also charged with an F1 and an F2, which are both very serious. And I don't believe a $2,500 bond is in keeping with the level of felonies or the allegations that are within that affidavit.
Mr. Bigney, you disappeared from my screen. Are you still here?
I'm back. I got bumped off. Thank you, Your Honor. I don't think I missed any part of the state's argument or anything that I wouldn't expect. In addition to the bond amount, Your Honor, we're also requesting that there be a no hostile contact and that there not be a maintained separate residence clause in there.
All right, give me one moment. I need to reread something in this affidavit. Ms. May, perhaps you can refresh my recollection. Is there anything in here about DCF?
I do not believe so, Your Honor. After the incident, I believe she got her children from the house and left the residence and had her children with her. However, I do not believe they saw the incident or were involved in any way with the incident.
It says 2 of her children were in the back seat of the truck during the incident on page 3 of 6.
I believe they drove home from a party, got to the house. They got out of the house, and that's why there's a Ring video of another incident occurring at the house. He then allegedly shot several rounds into the air. But they were on her way home. They went to her mother's house. When they got to the house, he went inside and she took the truck and left with the kids. Prior to leaving, he grabbed her by the neck and pushed her in front of the yard in several rounds. So I guess the children saw approximately half of the incident before she left with the children.
Ma'am, how old are the children?
They're 10 and 5.
The 2 that were in the truck are 10 and 5?
Yes.
All right. Is there anything else anyone would like the court to consider before I set bond and conditions?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, just in response to defense's request, state would be asking for no contact at this time.
Yeah, I'm inclined to do that. Mr. Bigney, the affidavit for the warrant mentions that there's a video, and the video shows your client grab the victim by the neck and push her backward. Additionally, the court's concerned about the allegation that there were children in the vehicle for any part of this incident, which included a gun. It looks like, based on the affidavit, that the children watched him fire a gun. And so the court's pretty concerned about that.
Understood, Your Honor. A couple of things. First of all, with reference to what you're just saying about the video and the affidavit, we're not disputing the probable cause. As we had stated earlier, this is, I think you've got a pretty level-headed witness there. I don't think there's anything that would suggest that and there was no testimony that she felt any pressure or had any fear whatsoever. The purpose of bond, of course, is to assure that he'll appear. But based on the testimony, again, I understand what's in the affidavit, Your Honor, but based on the testimony and the affidavit that's been filed with the court, we would ask for the low bond and we would ask for the non-hostile contact.
Give me one moment. I'm going to look in the clerk file for what Ms. Wren said she filed. I found it. Let me read it really quickly. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I see that your client qualifies for pretrial release, Mr. Bigney. I will reduce the amount of bond to $2,500 on count 2. It'll be 0 monetary bond on count 1. And I'll place them on pretrial release with special conditions. Is the state objecting to contact?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to order that you can have peaceful contact with the victim, no hostile contact. Talk to your attorney about exactly what that means, but do you understand what no hostile contact means? Okay, no yelling, no shoving, no throwing things, no shooting guns, no pushing, no hitting. You can't, nothing violent. Don't even raise your voice. If it looks like there's going to be a fight, walk out the other side. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. Was this firearm taken into custody by law enforcement, Ms. May?
I don't believe that's within the affidavit, Your Honor, so I'm unsure.
All right, you have 24 hours to surrender that firearm to law enforcement.
I believe there was an allegation that he had multiple firearms that he kept hanging near the wall near the garage, so I believe there are maybe other firearms.
You have 24 hours to surrender all firearms to law enforcement. Even though there's peaceful contact, I am going to order that you have to maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. I'm also going to order that you must comply with any plan set in place by DCF. I don't see anything in the warrant that says DCF was contacted, but they should have been. So if they were, and there's a DCF plan, you're going to have to comply with it. Do you understand? Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Bigney, I know that's not exactly what you wanted, but is there anything else?
The only thing I just want to make sure, just in anticipation of avoiding a potential issue later on, you said count 1, there's no monetary bond,
right?
PTR. I just want to make sure that he is being released on PTR as it relates to count 1.
Yes, and then bond and pretrial release as to count 2.
Gotcha.
So only 1 monetary bond and only on 1 count.
Gotcha.
All right, good luck, sir. Thank you for coming, ma'am. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought she had a question. All right. Thank you to both attorneys for appearing this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
We have Creel. Go ahead. It doesn't do anything. They just come up in. But usually it rings. It didn't ring. Do I have anyone on the line? It didn't work. So we don't have Creole. Please tell me your name.
Roland Roger Bellinger, Jr.
21 CF 13656. You're here charged with domestic battery by strangulation. There is probable cause, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Ma'am, did you wish to testify?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Bethany Bertelson, 2303 Faulkner Road, Orlando, 32810.
That's fine.
Spell your last name.
It's fine. All right, Ms. May, do you have questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Can you please state your relationship to Mr. Bellinger?
I'm sorry.
Can you not hear her?
No.
Just sit down, Ms. May, and get close to the microphone, please. I know, I appreciate that you're standing, but it's the sound.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you please state your relationship to Mr. Bellinger?
Ex-girlfriend.
Okay. Are you afraid of him?
I'm sorry.
Are you afraid of him?
Yes.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
Not being strangled to death.
Okay. Have there been previous incidences of violence between you two?
Physical, a lot of verbal violence.
Okay. Are you willing to call 911 if anything like this ever occurred in the future?
Oh, God, yes.
Okay. And do you believe drugs or alcohol were involved in this incident?
Say that again?
Do you believe drugs or alcohol were involved in this incident?
Yes.
Which of the two?
He was really messed up on some drugs.
Okay.
I mean, he was out of it.
And do you want to have contact with him while this case is pending?
No, this is done. I don't want no physical contact whatsoever.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Does the defense have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Can I get out?
You can, yes. All right, sir. Your bond on this is $5,000. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means? You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings, but you cannot coordinate that with the victim. Do you understand? Yes. You can't possess or consume any controlled substance. You'll be subject to random drug screens through pretrial release. Any other conditions the state would request on that?
No, Your Honor.
At this time, I'm revoking your bond in 21 MM 221.
Your Honor, I'm not sure if we're appointed. I can't find it. I just want to make sure if you're revoking, he has an attorney.
All right, I'll appoint your office in case he wasn't. All right, good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Kenneth Clyde.
You're here in 21 CF 13648, charged with battery by strangulation, domestic, and battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $5,000 on count one, $100 on count two. You can have no contact with the victim in this case. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes.
You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings, but you cannot coordinate that with the victim. Do you understand?
Yes.
Any other conditions the state would request in that case?
No, Your Honor.
All right, give me one moment. Something, I don't understand what's happening in the clerk system. You also have a warrant out of Osceola County in 21 MM 2430. Can't find it right now. Hold on. Here it is. For battery, dating, violence. All right, so this is like, we've had this before. It says on the teletype, I don't have the actual warrant, no bond, to be set at IA. But it's a different county, and I don't know that the victim was notified to be here today. So can anyone verify if the victim in the Osceola case was notified?
It's the same victim, Your Honor, but there was no contact with the victim.
It looks like the only contact the state has had with the alleged victim was on 10/6, stating that she does want to proceed with prosecution, but I don't know if she was contacted regarding the case here today.
Then, Ms. George, do you think we should set bond on this?
I do, Your Honor. I believe you're going to issue a no contact order. Anyway, Your Honor, based on the state's testimony that they spoke with the victim and she does not want to have, she wants to pursue charges. She's not going to want to have contact. So I believe if you issue a no contact order and set bond, that would be sufficient.
Your Honor, if you are inclined to set bonds, they would ask for a high bond. The case before Orange County occurred October 17th. The alleged case in front of Osceola County occurred 9/4, so approximately a month in between them, and they are the same victim.
All right, your bond on that is $5,000 with all of the same conditions. You can have no contact with the victim. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck, sir.
Mr. Dixon is in the hospital, Your Honor.
All right, he's got two cases, 21MM 7386, 21CF 13668. I'll appoint your office, Ms. George, in both of his cases.
I'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. There is probable cause. In the battery case, his bond is $500, no victim contact, no weapons, firearms, or ammunition, maintain separate residence, one-time return with law enforcement. In the other case, his bond is $4,000 on possession of firearm by convicted felon. Can I see it so I know which count is what? I don't know if this is right. All right, it'll be $4,000 on count 1, $100,000 on count 2, $5,000 on count 3, and $1,000 on count 4. He's not allowed to possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription, have contact with any known drug dealers, possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. And at this time, I'm revoking his out-on-bond cases.
Your Honor, does he have a private attorney, or are we appointed? I can't find
On
it.
his out-on-bonds?
Yeah, I just want to make sure, if he does not have an attorney, that you appoint us, Your Honor.
I don't know the answer to that. So I'll appoint your office, and then if he does, y'all can withdraw.
He does have a private on 9026, Mr. Self.
Okay.
Okay, then I'll not appoint your office on that.
Same thing on 9101.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Please tell me your name.
Donald Hickman.
21 CF 13633. You're here charged with aggravated battery causing great bodily harm. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in this case.
Can you repeat the question, please?
I didn't ask you anything. I told you I'm appointing an attorney to represent you.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. With the masks, and sometimes it's hard to hear in here, so I understand. Give me one moment. I have to reread something. Oh, there is probable cause. Your bond is $25,000. You can have no contact with the victim or any witness in this case. Do you understand and any co-defendant, do you understand what no contact means?
Yes.
You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. Were you living there?
Yes.
All right, I'll order you maintain a separate residence and allow one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, did you say 2,500 or 25,000?
1,000. Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Alicia McLaurin.
21 CF 13644. You're here charged with aggravated assault with a firearm. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. There is probable cause in this case. Give me a moment. Does the state object to pretrial release?
Your Honor, state would just ask for bond with pretrial release due to the victim's statements, as well as, I believe she is the victim in a previous temporary injunction against this victim.
She's the defendant or the victim?
She is the defendant is the victim in that temporary injunction.
Oh.
So the state has no objection to PTR, but we just ask for PTR with bond.
All right, I'm going to place you on pretrial release and require that you post a monetary bond. However, I'll reduce that amount. She's the victim in that injunction and he's the defendant because it has a different name.
I believe so.
I believe she's the victim, Your Honor.
Right, but it says temporary injunction not served against person, Abriana Orr. That's not William. But I don't know if this is accurate, you know? That could be wrong.
Yes.
May I speak, Your Honor?
There's two, Your Honor. Miss Lesfani Orr and Abriana Orr.
There's two injunctions?
Yes.
Your Honor, she stated she was the victim in those cases against both of those people. It was a restraining order.
Who's Abriana?
Her husband's sister.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, I just ask that you take into account when setting the monetary bond amount that my client did state she was uneasy, which is why she pulled out the firearm. So I just ask that you take that into account. And that if you read it, she didn't mean to fire it. It was an accident based on mishandling of the weapon, Your Honor.
Yeah. All right, then I'll reduce that amount to $500 with pretrial release. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
She's talking, you gotta say yes.
Yes.
You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. Good luck, ma'am. Please tell me your name.
Wilson Ruiz, ma'am.
21 CF 13672. You're here charged with domestic battery by strangulation, battery, domestic violence, tampering with a witness to hinder communication to law enforcement, and resisting without violence. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. There is probable cause. Do you wish to testify this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Nylene Marie Suro, last name Suro.
All right, I'm going to ask if the prosecutor has some questions for you.
Good morning, Ms. Suro. Can you please state your relationship to Mr. Ruiz?
He is my partner and the father of my twins, my 8-month-old twins.
Are you afraid of him?
No.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
No.
If anything like this or anything more severe ever occurred in the future, would you feel comfortable calling 911?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe drugs or alcohol were involved in this incident?
Some alcohol was that night. Yes, ma'am.
And do you want to have contact with him while this case is pending?
I'm okay with that, yes.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You can stay if you want to listen.
Right, you can stay right there. You don't have to leave yet. Give me one moment. All right, sir. Your bond is $5,000 on count 1, $100 on count 2, $1,000 on count 3, and $100 on count 4. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim or any witness in this case. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. I'll order you must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings, but you cannot coordinate that with the victim. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You cannot possess or consume any alcoholic beverages, and you'll be subject to random alcohol screens.
Yeah, I'm okay with that, ma'am.
All right. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Good luck.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Do I have to call the state attorney if I need to drop the charges?
Right, so you can't actually drop the charges. The state of Florida is prosecuting him, but you can tell them that you don't want them to do that and have a conversation with them. So yes, call the state attorney's office. She'll give you that number.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Please tell me your name. 21MM7379. You're here charged with battery, domestic violence. There is probable cause, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $500. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means? You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Marquise Dennis.
21MM7362. You're here charged with battery, dating, violence. There is probable cause, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you.
Your Honor, I believe we have a witness approaching.
I know. Thank you. You look at me. Do you understand? Ma'am, well, there's two of you. Do either of you wish to testify?
Yes.
Did you say yes?
Yes.
All right, raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record and spell
Mary
your last
Ann
name.
Gonzalez.
Okay, one more time.
Mary Ann Gonzalez.
All right, go ahead, Miss May.
Good morning, Ms. Gonzalez. What is your relationship to Mr. Dennis?
None.
And what is your relationship to Ms. Arsley?
Her mother.
Is there anything you'd like to tell the court today?
Yes.
Go ahead.
This is not the first time that this has happened.
I need you to get closer to the microphone.
This is not the first time that this has happened. Looking at her face is a testimony itself. He has a trespassing warning in my home here in Kissimmee, because of other incidents.
All right, thank you, ma'am. We have another witness in the box. Step to the microphone and tell me your name, please.
Naija Arsalai.
All right, go ahead, Miss May.
Good morning. Can you please state your relationship to Mr. Dennis?
That was my partner.
Are you afraid of him?
No.
Do you want to have contact with him while this case is pending?
No.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
No.
If anything like this or anything more severe ever occurred in the future, would you feel comfortable calling 911?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Anything from the defense?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Thank you both.
Your Honor, my client does qualify for pretrial release. I would ask for pretrial release in this case, given he does not have a violent criminal history. It looks like a no valid driver's license is the last conviction that I see. So, given the victim's testimony today that she's not afraid, I would ask for pretrial release in this case.
Any response from the state?
Your Honor, state would ask for no contact still at this time. The victim is a minor. Her mother does seem to be concerned for her safety. Arguably, the victim does live at her mother's residence where there is a trespass warning. So given that the victim is a minor and still under the care and guardianship of her mother, I would ask for no contact at this time.
Ask for pretrial release.
Oh.
No.
State has no objection since he otherwise qualifies. He does have some previous history, nothing necessarily violent. However, he did have a 2021 carrying concealed that was dropped in Osceola. That was from July.
Where did this occur?
I'm sorry?
Where did this occur? She lives with her mother, but she called her mother.
I believe they were coming home from being out and they went to, I believe it was the defendant's mother's house. Because the Mr. Dennis's mother was a witness and gave a statement to law enforcement. Other than driving history, he does have some juvenile history, which arguably would still be on his score sheet, given that it is within 5 years. He has a 2018 Burke Structure criminal mischief, 2018 Burke Structure grand theft criminal mischief, 2017 Burke Structure criminal mischief, 17 Burke Structure grand theft criminal mischief.
And the court can see the injuries on her face here today in the courtroom.
Yes, Your Honor. There's also within the affidavit when the defendant's mother was giving a statement. She told law enforcement when she asked the victim how she got her injuries and who gave her alcohol, she did not answer and requested to speak with her mother while crying. So state would just ask if you are inclined to put him on PTR, do PTR with bond and a no contact.
I will do that. I'm going to place you on pretrial release and require that you post a monetary bond. I'll reduce it to $300. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means? Yes, ma'am. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. You cannot be within 1,000 feet of the victim's residence or school. Is she in school?
She, on,
I can't hear you. You have to get to the microphone.
I'm sorry, online.
All right, so you can't be within 1,000 feet of the victim's residence. You can't possess or consume any alcoholic beverages. You'll be subject to random alcohol screens.
Was he drinking, Your Honor?
I believe
they were at a lounge.
I believe it was a hookah lounge. But there was allegations that potentially he gave alcohol to the victim, so state would ask for that condition.
What's the name of the lounge? You can't return there.
One second, Your Honor.
You can't have any contact with Is your last name Arcelay? Marianne, no. What's Marianne's last name?
Gonzalez.
All right, you can't have any contact with Marianne Gonzalez. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, in the affidavit, it just says local hookah lounge, unknown bar, so I'm not sure of a name.
You can't go to any bar or any lounge. You're 20. You can't drink. So you can't go anywhere to a bar or a lounge. Do you understand? And you're 17, so you can't drink or go to any lounge either. I don't understand how that's even a thing. I don't have jurisdiction to order that, but you're 17, you can't drink.
I believe, Your Honor, they were at the lounge with his mother.
Well, you can't do that. All right. Any other conditions the state would request? Did I say no weapons?
You did, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. All right. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name. 21 7375. You're here charged with battery, dating, violence. There is probable cause, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Does the state object to pretrial release in this case?
Ma'am, could I say that I didn't touch the victim? I was home.
Don't talk about the fact.
You can say anything you want, but everything you say is being recorded and can be used against you later. Do you understand?
Yes.
I've appointed an attorney to represent you.
Yes, Your Honor, state would object to PTR. He has at least 3 prior convictions for batteries, as well as several arrests for battery, as well as VOP showing an inability to comply with court orders. I believe there's 5 VOPs that are listed on the first appearance information sheet, as well as several violent arrests, but at least 3 batteries and at least 3 failures to appear. I don't believe he'd be an ideal candidate for pretrial release.
Ms. George?
I understand your, no argument.
I don't even know how he qualifies. All right, your bond is $500. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means? Yes. You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You can't return to the victim's residence or be within 1,000 feet of her residence or place of employment.
No problem.
Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, sir.
Mr. Joseph refused, Your Honor.
No. I'm sorry, what?
Mr. Joseph, he refused.
Joseph refused, 21 7363. I'll find his refusal a willing waiver of his appearance today. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent him. His bond is $500, no victim or witness contact, no weapons, firearms, or ammunition, maintain a separate residence, one-time return with law enforcement to gather his belongings. Will the record pick it up? All right. So do we have Creole now? All right, we have Creole finally, we think. I don't think there's any chance the defendant's going to be able to hear that.
If we put the microphone next to it, potentially.
We can try it. Hi, this is Judge Gibson. Is this a Creole interpreter? He can't hear me either because I'm not close enough to the receiver. Judge Gibson. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Are you a Creole interpreter?
Yes, I am, sir, ma'am.
Have you been sworn today?
No, not yet.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Okay.
Do you swear to interpret from Creole to English and the Creole, the testimony you will receive today?
Yes, I do.
All right. I don't know if this is going to work, but we're going to give it a try because we're having technical difficulties in the court.
Okay.
So can you ask him to please
I understand.
tell me his name?
Ask him to do what? I'm sorry.
Please tell me his name.
Okay. Hello, bonjour.
Bonjour.
M'entendez bien, non? I don't hear him quite well.
Bonjour.
He's too far away.
Bonjour. Justement, nom, comment vous allez?
Duperville à Neville.
Parlez doucement, parlez plus fort.
Duperville à Neville.
Duperville
à Neville.
Allez-y.
Duperville à Neville.
I hear his last name, Duperville, but I cannot get the first name, what it is.
It's Annaville.
Yes.
Annaville, okay. Duperville, Annaville.
Can you ask him if he's able to hear and understand you?
Ok, mon ami Mondo, est-ce que l'homme parle avec vous, est-ce qu'on comprend?
Oui, le parle, tout ça dit, le so dit, m'entende, oui. Nous comprenons, oui, so dit.
Judge, I think he's too far away from the phone. I hear his voice, but I have difficulty to understand what he's saying because he's so far away.
Is there any way he can come to? Is there any way he can come to this microphone?
Yes.
Just stand right here. Ask him one more time now if he can hear and understand you.
Ok, mon ami, est-ce que l'homme parle avec vous, est-ce qu'on comprend ce qu'on dit?
Oui, m'entendo, le parler, oui, m'entendo.
Okay, good. Kunya m'entendo bien. Yes, I can hear him now.
Thank you. Sir, you're here charged with aggravated battery on a pregnant person.
Répétez-nous que vous faites votre fait sur un monde qui est enceinte.
This is 21 CF 13669.
Et qu'il dit c'est son violation de loi 21 31 69 669.
There is probable cause, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you.
Okay, you find quelle cause pour arrêter ou et au cas besoin d'avocat pour représenter ou.
Your bond is $5,000.
Je veux dire que pour mettre au dehors, c'est pour payer mon caution de $5,000.
You can have no contact with the victim.
Et vous allez avoir contact avec mon qui contact là.
Comment?
Je veux dire, mon qui contact avec qui? Mon qui accuse là.
Et ça vous me fait?
Il est loin. Pas approcher côté lui-même. Pas de contact.
Oui, on va passer côté.
Okay, understand.
You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition.
Vous n'avez pas le droit de posséder aucun arme à feu. Pour revolver, vous n'avez pas le droit de quand il passe à la mort.
Bagay ça, m'bagay auto. M'fait venir ici.
Okay.
You must maintain.
Well, I don't have weapons. I just make. That's what he said. I don't have weapons. I just get in this country.
Okay.
Just arrived.
Okay. You must maintain a separate residence from the victim, which means you have to live somewhere else.
Okay, you can habiter même côté avec victime non. Cherchons l'autre côté pour aider.
Oui, il était dit ça depuis et ça m'a fait.
working on.
All right, I'll allow one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings.
OK? Il y a permis de retourner et côté ça, pour habiter en fois avec accompagnement police pour prendre affaires personnelles.
Oui.
OK.
At this time, there's a hold from immigration that's been placed on you.
OK? Et quand il y a immigration, un petit peu Kimbola toujours, pas qui doit sortir.
You'll not be able to bond out until immigration clears that hold.
Et tu vas tirer dehors sous caution, tout autant immigration va faire autorisation.
I've appointed an attorney to represent you. They'll give you a piece of paper with a phone number to call to speak to your attorney.
Et un avocat pour représenter, il va avoir un papier qui a un numéro de téléphone avocat pour capable contacter le besoin.
Oui. Eh bien, Mabdou, bagay sa yo di me fait. Dame la c'est ma petite manière, m'pas fait bagay ça. C'est lui même qui fait bagay ça parce que me fait vini, m'poko na travail, la vie elle dit mettre me dehors, te fermer porte. On y a elle vinn ouvrir porte là, on y a la me vinn rentrer en dedans, on prend rat pour me sortir, il dit on y a laisse ali même il commence il dit m'bal pour laguer ko la tel dit me bal pour. Et pas fait bagay ça ouvrir non. Et sous compte li me vinn m'pa gen pièce pour ici non.
The things I'm accused of, I did not do. I just arrived, and the lady is my wife, is my mother's kid, my kid's mother, and what she's accusing me is not true. She started, we had a verbal argument, and she told me to get out of the house, and when I tried to get back in to remove my personal belonging, and she just threw herself on the ground and accused me of beating her up.
All right, you're going to need to talk to your attorney about that.
OK, ma'am. Donc, mon ami dit, c'est avec l'avocat pour discuter ça. Le bon avocat, on va dire avocat, ça s'est passé.
OK, il y a bon avocat quoi il y a là?
Il y a bon avocat. Oui, ça, tout ça là derrière. Il y a bon avocat pour représenter.
OK.
He was asking, are you giving me a lawyer? So I told him before that he was provided with representation.
Yes, so he needs to call his attorney as soon as possible.
OK, il y a bon numéro de téléphone avocat. Entrez en contact avec lui le plus tôt possible.
Oui, m'a fait ça.
Yes, I'll do that.
OK, merci.
Okay, good luck, sir.
Disons bonne chance, mon ami.
That's all. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for using our service. Have a good day.
It's every Monday. Have you guys noticed? Please tell me your name. 21MM7366. You're here charged with battery, dating, violence. There's probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. He qualifies for pretrial release. Does the state object?
No, Your Honor. State would just ask for bond with pretrial release. I'm unsure of his community ties.
I'll place you on pretrial release and require that you post a bond. I'll reduce that amount to $300. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes.
You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. You must comply with any plan set in place by DCF. You can have no unsupervised contact with any minor child under the age of 18. Do you have belongings at Disney World?
Oh, no, we live in New York.
But like, is your suitcase at Disney World? Is that where you were staying?
No, she already left, and she took everything.
Okay, so you have no reason to return to the Magic Kingdom. I'll order you're not allowed to return there.
No.
You understand that even in New York, you cannot live with her?
I don't.
Okay. Then I'll order that you can't be within 1,000 feet of her residence or place of employment.
Okay, but what?
So he doesn't need the one-time return with law enforcement? I'll scratch that.
May I ask a question?
Yes, you can ask anything you'd like. Everything you say is being recorded and can be used against you later. Do you understand that?
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Corey Lapine, ma'am.
21MM699. You're here charged with battery domestic violence. There is probable cause, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Ma'am, do you wish to testify?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Erica Lapine, L-A capital P-I-N-E.
All right, I'm going to ask if the prosecutor has questions for you.
Good morning, Ms. Lapine. Can you please state your relationship to Corey Lapine?
He's my dad.
Are you afraid of him?
No.
Do you want to have contact with him while this case is pending?
Yes.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
Similar incidents, but no.
Has there ever been incidences of prior batteries of either of you touching each other? If anything like this or anything more severe ever occurred in the future, would you feel comfortable calling 911?
Yes.
All right, thank you. He does qualify for a program called pretrial release. I'm sure you heard us talk about it earlier, meaning he could be released without paying a bond, but he'd be monitored by the jail staff here. Is that something that sounds okay to you?
Yeah, what do you mean by that? Like, will he be able to go home?
He'll be able to go home. He just wouldn't have to pay a monetary bond.
Okay, yes.
All right, thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No questions, Your Honor.
Is she the only victim of the battery?
I believe so, Your Honor. It only came in as one count.
Ma'am, how old are you?
18.
There was a statement from the mother. However, I don't believe there was any alleged touching regarding the mother.
All right, Ms. George, did you want to request pretrial release?
Yes, Your Honor, I would also ask for a no hostile contact order, given the victim's testimony here today.
I'm going to place you on pretrial release and require that you post a monetary bond. I'll reduce that to $100. With special conditions, you can only have peaceful contact with the victim. Do you understand what peaceful contact means?
Yes, ma'am.
No yelling, no throwing things, no shoving. Don't even raise your voice. You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. And the order for peaceful contact also includes the witnesses. Good luck, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
He has no history. Please tell me your name. 21MM7361, you're here charged with battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Does the state object to pretrial release?
Your Honor, state would just ask for pretrial release with bond, given that there was another co-defendant and it seemed like a pretty egregious attack involving a jagged piece of plywood. The allegations in the affidavit are concerning, so state would ask for bond with PTR if you're otherwise inclined to put her on pretrial.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor, we just asked for pretrial release.
Your Honor, state's only other concern is she did have a out-of-state arrest from Kentucky regarding a fugitive warrant and multiple VOPs. So I'm unsure if she's a good candidate for pretrial release, showing an inability to comply with court orders and potentially to leave the jurisdiction.
I did notice that she has out-of-state ties.
I believe, at least what she told pretrial release is that she is a commercial trucker, also arguably leaving the jurisdiction. So state would just ask for bond.
I see she's been here for over a year.
My job is coming.
So again, Your Honor, if you look, it looks like she's been in the Orlando area for over a year. She states that she does not drive trucks. It looks like it's customer service, not the driving of the trucks. So she does not have to travel, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to place you on pretrial release and require that you post a monetary bond. I'll reduce that amount to $200. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim, witness, or co-defendant in this case. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes.
You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. Do you live with any of these people?
I did the victim.
You did? All right, I'll order you must maintain a separate residence and allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. You can't possess or consume any controlled substance. You'll be subject to random drug and alcohol screens. Where did this take place, Miss May?
It was a hotel, the Howard Johnson Hotel, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right. Do you have belongings there?
I do, and the room is in my name.
All right, so I'm going to order that you're not allowed to return to the Howard Johnson except for one time to gather your belongings. So you can go and get your things, but then you have to go somewhere else. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, good luck. Please tell me your name. 21MM501, you're here charged with battery domestic violence. There is probable cause, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $500. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means? You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings.
My mom already took my stuff.
I'm sorry?
My mother already took my stuff from over there.
All right, so you don't need to return. So strike that, please. Give me one moment. You can't return to the Countryside Inn. You understand that even if you go to New York, you can't live with the victim right now.
I can ask a question.
You can ask anything you want. Everything you say is being recorded and can be used against you later. Do you understand that?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Good luck, sir.
Pacheco is mental health.
21MM7381. I'll appoint your office, Ms. George.
I'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
All right. There is probable cause. Bond is $500. No victim contact. Maintain separate residence. No weapons, firearms, or ammunition. I'll allow one-time return with law enforcement to gather belongings. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
Please tell me your name. 21MM7360. You're here charged with battery, domestic violence. There is probable cause, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Sir, did you wish to testify this morning?
Yes.
All right, please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Kimani Stanley, Stanley.
All right, Ms. May.
Good morning, Mr. Stanley. Can you please state your relationship to Miss Scott?
She's my girlfriend and baby mother.
Are you afraid of her?
Yes.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
Yes.
Approximately how long ago would you say the last time was?
It wasn't physical, but it was like more so a threat.
Okay, approximately how long ago was that?
I would say like 2 months ago.
Okay. If anything like this or anything more severe ever occurred in the future, would you feel comfortable calling 911?
Yes.
Do you believe drugs or alcohol were involved in this incident?
No.
I'm sorry, was that a no?
No.
Okay, thank you. And do you want to have contact with her while this case is pending?
No.
All right, thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. George.
No questions.
All right, anything else you wanted to say to the court, sir?
We have a lease together. I don't feel comfortable with her being with me, if that makes sense.
I'm sorry, get closer to the microphone.
I don't feel comfortable with her being with me, if that makes sense.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Scott, your bond is $500. At this time, you can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means? Yes. You can't possess a weapon, a firearm, or ammunition. I'll order you must maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings, but you can't coordinate that with the victim. Do you understand? Yes. I'll also order that you must comply with any plans set in place by DCF. Anything else the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck. Good luck, sir. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
St. Clair refused.
21MM7387. I'll find her refusal a willing waiver of her appearance today. There is probable cause. I'll appoint your office, Ms. George.
Yes, Your Honor.
Her bond is $1,000 on count 1, $500 on count 2. Must comply with all terms and injunction. No contact with a victim or any witness. Cannot return to the scene for any reason. No weapons, firearms, or ammunition. And at this time, I'm revoking her out on bond case. Please tell me your name. 21MM499. You're here charged with battery, domestic violence. There is probable cause, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Does the state object to pretrial release in this case?
No, Your Honor. State would just ask for bond with pretrial release.
I'm going to place you on pretrial release and require that you post a monetary bond. I'll reduce that amount to $100. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, ma'am.
You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. Good luck.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
The resident I own, it's mine. I understand I can't go back there. Is there a process I can get them out due to this? Do I need to a restraining order or a trespass warrant? What is my next step?
So I can't give you that legal advice. You need to talk to your attorney about that. But what I'm ordering is that you maintain a separate residence. I didn't say you can't return there. So if he leaves, then you can go back there. You just can't live together at this time.
All right.
But call your attorney right away. Please tell me your name.
Amanda Valentino.
21MM7367. You're here charged with battery, domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Does the state object to pretrial release?
No, Your Honor, state we just asked for bond with pretrial release.
I'm going to place you on pretrial release and require that you post a monetary bond. I'll reduce that amount to $100. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, I do.
You can't possess a weapon, a firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, ma'am. Please tell me your name. 21MM7370. You're here charged with battery, domestic violence. There is probable cause, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $1,000. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, ma'am.
You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. Just a moment. You must comply with any plan set in place by DCF. You can have no unsupervised contact with any minor child under the age of 18. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, sir. Please tell me your name. 21MM7380. You're here charged with battery, domestic violence. There is probable cause, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $500. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
I understand, but it says until pretrial release, and I'm not really sure what that means.
So you're going to be released on bond, which means that until trial, it's considered pretrial release. I'm not putting you in that program. But until another judge changes my order and allows you to have contact, you cannot have contact. Do you understand? You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. Just a moment. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
I'm also going to order that you can't have contact with the witness in this case. So again, that's no contact until another judge changes my order. All right, good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Demetri Scott Bourne, ma'am.
You have a warrant out of Osceola County. It looks like a violation of probation in 19-02974. There's no bond on that. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you, and we'll notify Osceola County that you're here so they can transport you.
I got one question, ma'am.
Go ahead.
How many days they have to transport?
So the coronavirus really changed everything. For a long time, nobody was transporting, but now everybody's transporting, and they're doing it pretty quickly. So I know we used to have we still do have a schedule, but because of COVID, no one's really been following it because transportation got really slowed down, right, because of the pandemic. So I don't want to give you an amount of days. I'll tell you, they transport pretty regularly, so I would guess it's by the end of this week, unless you have something here in Orange County that's holding you here.
I was just about to say, he will need to satisfy his Orange County charges first.
Oh, so he has Orange County. So what'll happen is, once you're done with Orange County, then you'll be transported.
Okay, ma'am.
All right, good luck. Please tell me your name.
Ashley Nicole Hunter.
2015 CF 16823 and 2016 CF 1811. You're here on 2 violations of probation. I'm going to appoint attorneys to represent you in both of these cases.
I hired an attorney.
Oh, you did? In your violations of probation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then I'll not appoint one to represent you. The allegations are that you violated your probation by failing to report to probation as directed, failing to, you left your county of residence without procuring the consent of probation, you made yourself unavailable for supervision, and failed to comply with other lawful Please tell me your name.
Stephen Haddon.
But I need you to tell me your name with your mask on.
Stephen Haddon.
Okay, so I don't have him. What's he charged with and why is he here?
It's an arraignment, Your Honor.
All right, 21 MM 6475. You're here charged with petty theft with a prior conviction.
And, Your Honor, the state is offering an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and no return to, I believe it's Dank Smoke Shop, located at 23, I can't remember my own handwriting, something.
South Court Avenue.
Thank you.
And a cost of investigation to OPD in the amount of $117.36.
And Your Honor, I did have a chance to speak with Mr. Haddon. We went over all the rights he would be giving up. He understands those rights. He also understands that this is an enhanceable offense, and he would like to resolve his case today.
Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, so you had a chance to speak with an attorney. You can put your hand down about the rights you'd be giving up if you enter a plea today. Do you understand those rights?
Yes.
Do you have any questions for me about those rights?
Do not.
All right, you heard your attorney say that this is what we call an enhanceable offense. I see that it's charged as though you have a prior petty theft conviction. You understand that the third time the state can file this as a felony.
I understand.
And the felony is a third-degree felony punishable by up to 5 years in prison.
Yes.
So if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest today, this will count as your second conviction for petty theft.
Okay.
So that means the next time you get arrested for this, the state can charge it as a felony.
I understand that.
Understanding that, do you still wish to enter a plea of guilty or no contest today?
Yes.
You understand that if you're on probation anywhere, this plea could violate it.
I understand.
If you're not a U.S. citizen, you could be deported.
Yes.
At this time, sir, how do you wish to plead to the charge of petty theft with a prior conviction?
No contest.
I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the 31 days that you've been in custody. I have to order that you pay court costs and the cost of investigation. I'll give you a year to pay that, and I'll order that you're not allowed to return to this scene for any reason. Do you understand?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
All right, good luck, sir. You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
Time served?
I'm sorry?
Time served?
Yes, it is time served. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. May, who's the cost of investigation to?
Orlando Police Department.
Thank you.
How much was it again?
$117.36.
So Jimenez Miranda, first name Esmond, is medical.
21 CT 1462. Ms. George, I'm going to appoint your office in this case.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll waive the appearance and enter plea of not guilty.
Division 83, pretrial conference, November 1st, 8:30 a.m., courtroom 6C.
Thank you.
Nugent is medical.
20 CT 4489. Ms. George, your office represents him.
I'll waive the appearance and enter a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
Division 81, pretrial conference, November 19th, 9 a.m., courtroom 4E.
Porcel Anthony, medical.
21 MM 608. I'll appoint your office, Ms. George.
I'll waive and enter a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
Division 83, pretrial conference, November 1st, 8:30 a.m., courtroom 6C.
Given Devontae, medical.
20 MM 203. Ms. George, your office represents him as well.
I'll waive and enter a plea of not guilty.
It's a VOP.
Oh, denial.
Division 50, VOP status hearing, November 19th, 9 a.m., courtroom 7C.
Sir, please tell me your name.
Timothy Colin, Bertrand, Washington.
21 MM 7378. Sir, you're here charged with trespass on property after warning.
Your Honor, the state is offering an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and no return. I don't have the address.
It's the Pine Ridge Presbyterian Church at 3900 South Hiawassee.
I did have a chance to speak to Mr. Bertrand, Washington. We went over all the rights he would be given up. He understands those rights and would like to resolve his case today.
All right, please raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you had the opportunity to speak with an attorney about the rights you'd be giving up if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest. Do you understand those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions for me about them?
No, ma'am.
Did you have a chance to review that plea form in front of you? Okay.
Can I have just a second, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor. Yep, he wants to resolve it.
All right, sir. You understand if you're on probation anywhere, this plea could violate that?
Yes, ma'am.
If you're not a U.S. citizen, you could be deported? You have to answer out loud.
Definitely, no problem.
Thank you, sir. All right, at this time, how do you wish to plead to the charge of trespass on property after warning? I'll treat them both the same.
Guilty.
All right, thank you, sir. I accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. The court appreciates you taking responsibility for your actions. At this time, I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the time you've been in custody. I have to order that you pay court costs. I'm going to give you a year to pay that, okay, sir?
Okay.
Yes, sir. I have to order that you not return back to that church. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck, sir. You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. Please tell me your name.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Laura Bretaña, Spanish interpreter, previously sworn.
The headset's still not working. All right, we're going to try the headset. I don't know if it's going to work or not. We'll see.
I'm asking, but he's not answering.
Let me try the other connection.
Thank you.
I'm asking and asking again, and he's not answering.
All right, it doesn't look like the headset's going to work.
You want me to grab a set out the other courtroom and see?
That would be nice, yes. All right, let's try this headset.
No answer, Your Honor.
Okay. Sir, please tell me your name.
Señor, por favor, dígame su nombre. ¿Cómo?
Rodrigo Alexander Robles Pérez.
Rodrigo Alexander Robles Pérez.
21 CT 6943. Sir, you're here charged with no valid driver's license.
Señor, su número del caso es el 21CT69413. Se le acusa de conducir sin licencia válida.
Correcto.
Correct.
There is probable cause.
Existen indicios de criminalidad.
Your Honor, I would just ask for pretrial release. He may qualify for pretrial diversion downtown.
Su señoría, estamos solicitando libertad provisional ya que él podría cualificar para el programa alternativo al proceso penal.
What says the state?
Your Honor, state has no objection.
¿Qué dice la fiscalía? La fiscalía no se opone, su señoría.
I'm going to place you on pretrial release.
Señor, se le concede libertad provisional.
You cannot drive without a valid Florida driver's license. Do you understand?
Le queda prohibido conducir sin licencia válida del estado de la Florida. ¿Eso lo entiende? Correct.
All right, good luck, sir.
Muy bien, buena suerte, señor.
Please tell me your name.
Señora, por favor, diga su nombre.
Mari Lanza.
Mari Lanza.
21 CF 13651. You're here charged with aggravated battery and aggravated assault. At this time, I'll appoint an attorney to represent you.
Este es el caso 21CF13651. Se le acusa de intimidación agravada y agresión física agravada. Se designa un abogado de oficio para que la represente.
Ms. George, did you wish to be heard or were you just getting documents?
Oh, no, I was just getting documents.
Okay. I do believe there's probable cause here.
Determinó que existen indicios de criminalidad.
I'll stay the bond at $3,500 on count 1, $150 on count 2.
La fianza permanece tal cual, $3,500 cargo número 1, $150 cargo número 2.
With special conditions, you can have no contact with any victim, witness, or co-defendant in this case.
Como condición especial se le prohíbe todo tipo de contacto con víctimas, testigos o coacusados en el caso.
Do you understand what no contact means?
¿Usted entiende lo que significa prohibición de contacto?
Sí.
Yes.
You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition.
Se le prohíbe la tenencia de todo tipo de armas, armas de fuego y municiones.
You can't possess or consume any alcoholic beverages.
También se le prohíbe la tenencia y consumo de bebidas alcohólicas.
Do you live with any of these people?
¿Usted vive con alguna de estas personas?
No.
No.
All right, then I'll order that you cannot be within 1,000 feet of the victim's residence or place of employment.
Muy bien, entonces le ordeno que se le prohíbe a usted acercarse a menos de 1,000 pies del lugar de residencia o trabajo de la víctima.
Are there any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your
¿La
Honor.
fiscalía requiere alguna otra condición?
No, Your Honor.
No, su señoría.
All right, at this time, there's also a detainer from immigration that's been placed on you.
Señora, usted también tiene una orden de detención de inmigración.
You'll not be able to bond out until that detainer is cleared.
Así que usted no podrá prestar fianza hasta que no se resuelva la orden de detención.
Good luck, ma'am.
Buena suerte, señora.
Muchas gracias.
Please tell me your name.
Señor, por favor, dígame su nombre.
Marco Antonio Sánchez Mejía.
Marco Antonio Sánchez Mejía.
21 CF 13661. You're here charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Este es el caso número 21 CF 13661. Se le acusa de intimidación agravada con arma letal.
There is probable cause.
Existen indicios de criminalidad.
I'll appoint an attorney to represent you.
Se designa al abogado de oficio para que les represente.
Your bond is $3,500.
Su fianza es de $3,500.
You can have no contact with the victim or any witness in this case.
Se le prohíbe todo tipo de contacto con la víctima o cualquiera de los testigos del caso.
You can't possess a weapon of any kind, a firearm or ammunition.
Se le prohíbe la tenencia de todo tipo de armas, armas de fuego y municiones.
Hold on one second. Do you live at 842 Sky Lake Circle?
Señor, ¿usted vive en el 842 Sky Lake Circle?
No, ya no.
Not anymore.
All right, you can't return there for any reason. That's the scene. Do not return to the scene. Yes, Miss George.
Muy bien, entonces a usted se le prohíbe regresar a ese lugar. Le queda terminantemente prohibido regresar allí y no hay razón alguna por la cual pueda hacerlo.
On his out on bond charge, Your Honor, I would ask that you consider doubling as opposed to holding him at no bond. It does not appear he has any other convictions and 0 failures to appear.
Su señoría, en cuanto a el caso en el cual está libre bajo fianza, yo le solicitaría que en vez de ordenarle prisión preventiva, doblase la fianza porque él no tiene otros casos ni tampoco tiene faltas de comparecencia.
Thank you. I'm not inclined to do that.
Gracias, pero no estoy dispuesta a hacer eso.
While out on bond for committing a crime, he gets arrested for a violent crime.
Porque él se encuentra libre bajo fianza por cometer un ilícito y entonces vuelven y lo arrestan por un ilícito de índole violento.
It looks like he has an arrest for fraud and then something out of state having to do with not following the law.
Y parece ser que él tiene también otro arresto por fraude y algo de otro estado por no cumplir con la ley.
At this time, I'm revoking your bond in 21 CT 5348.
En este momento revoco la fianza en el caso 21 CT 5348.
And if we are not appointed, Your Honor, can you make sure he has an attorney representing him?
Su señoría, si no se nos designa a nosotros a atender este caso, por favor, ¿podría usted asegurarse de que él tenga un abogado?
Yes, I'll appoint your office, Ms. George.
Thank you.
Si licenciada, se designa a su oficina.
All right, good luck, sir.
Muy bien, buena suerte, señor. Thank you.
We have a victim here. I want to know if she speaks Spanish by chance. I know she speaks Portuguese. Can we ask her if she speaks Spanish?
Señora, ¿usted habla español?
Oh, she said only a little bit. All right, we'll have to work. Does the interpreter happen to speak Portuguese?
No, Your Honor.
Was a nice try, though. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye. We're still. Is what? 21 MM 7373. I'll find her refusal a willing waiver of her appearance today. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent her. Her bond is $500. And it looks like she has a hold for another county. I'm still waiting to hear about whether we have any help from AV on that interpreter situation.
We have a Nestor DeVillis released.
He's what?
He got released.
Okay.
We'll see. Did he bond or?
Yes, he bonded.
Please tell me your name.
Susan Jane Drury.
21 MM 7365. You're here charged with trespass on property after warning. Was there an offer?
Yes, Your Honor. The offer conveyed was an adjudication, credit time served, and no return to the Citgo located at 4135 West Colonial Drive.
And I did speak to Ms., was it Dury?
Yes.
Okay. We went over all the rights she would be giving up. She understands those rights and would like to accept the state's offer, Your Honor.
All right, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
You had an opportunity to speak with an attorney about the rights you'd be giving up if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest. Do you understand those rights?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Do you have any questions for me about them?
No, ma'am, I don't.
All right, you had an opportunity to read that plea form in front of you. It further explains those rights. Do you have any questions about it?
No, ma'am, I don't.
All right, you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, you could be deported?
I sure do.
And if you're on probation anywhere, this plea could violate that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, how do you wish to plead to the charge of trespass on property after warning?
No contest.
I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the time you were in custody. I have to order that you pay court costs. I'll give you a year to pay that. And you're not allowed to return to the address given the state gave.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck, ma'am. You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
Thank you very much.
Please tell me your name.
You asking me?
Yes, sir.
Jonathan Phillip Elliott, ma'am.
21 MM 7359. You're here charged with trespass on property after warning. Was there an offer in this case?
Yes, Your Honor. The offer conveyed was an adjudication, credit time served, and no return to the Rosen Plaza Hotel located at 9700 International Drive.
All right, there is probable cause.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor? I did call. I don't know what happened. Mr. Elliott would like to accept the state's offer here today, Your Honor. We briefly went over all the rights he would be giving up. He stated he understands those rights and would like to accept the state's offer.
Raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right, you heard what Ms. George just said. That is what you'd like to do here today?
It is my understanding that the offer was time served and go home today.
That's correct.
That'll be fine, ma'am.
But you understand that you're giving up certain rights if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest. Do you understand those rights?
If I'm going home today, the issue would be resolved in my heart, mind, body, and soul. I'd be fine.
All right, but I still want to make sure you understand those rights because you're giving up your right to remain silent, your right to testify on your own behalf, your right to a jury trial. We're not doing any of that. You understand?
I'm okay with that, ma'am.
Okay. You also understand that if you're on probation anywhere, this plea could violate it.
I am not. Thank you.
I believe you, but I have to ask everyone. And if you're not a U.S. citizen, you could be deported.
I am a U.S. citizen, ma'am.
All right, so at this time, how do you wish to plead a trespass on property after warning?
No contest.
I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the 2 days you've been in custody. I have to order that you pay court costs. I'll give you a year to pay that. You're not allowed to return to the Rosen Plaza Hotel.
That'll be fine.
Is there anything else, Ms. May?
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, sir. You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
Good. Take your yellow paper. You're welcome. Hi.
Please tell me your name.
David Dwayne Howard, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You're here in 21 MM 700, charged with trespass.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Oh. Okay, just a moment.
You were talking to me while I'm trying to listen.
It's okay. Calm down.
God bless you. Give me. Oh, yeah.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You're here charged with trespass in occupied structure or conveyance. Let me ask if there was an offer in this case.
There was, Your Honor. State conveyed an adjudication, credit time served. No return to the Wawa located at 13501 West Colonial Drive.
Your Honor, I did speak to Mr. Howard. We went over all the rights he would be giving up. He understands those rights, and he would like to accept the state's offer here today. Because he's resolving the case today, Your Honor, we would ask that you take no action on his out on bond, given that he's willing to resolve his case with you today.
All right, Mr. Howard, you heard what Ms. George just said. Is that what you want to do here today?
Yes, ma'am. And one thing, I never got through with trespassing, you know, the paper, or I wouldn't have went back there, but anyway, yes, I do understand. I'm hearing my echo.
Okay. But you know now that you're not going to be able to go back there.
There ain't nothing I won't. Hell, I took myself back.
All right, good. Did we swear him in? All right, I need you to raise your right hand, Mr. Howard.
Now,
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, help you God?
so help me God.
All right, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
You understand the rights that you're giving up if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand you're giving up your right to a jury trial, your right to remain silent, your right to present any defenses you have and call witnesses. We're not going to have a trial. I'll sentence you today.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's what you want.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand if you're on probation anywhere, this plea could violate that.
Never been on probation, don't want.
All right. You understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, you could be deported.
I am U.S., Long Beach, California.
All right. Thank you, sir. At this time, how do you wish to plead to the charge of trespass in occupied structure or conveyance?
Well, her and I had charged
No
about.
contest. No
No
contest.
contest.
All right. I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the 2 days you've been in jail. I have to order that you pay court costs. I'm going to reduce that to a lien. Sir, you cannot go back to the Wawa on Colonial Drive.
Well, that do Gary, that's what I call him.
Okay, good.
With all due respect.
And I just want to, Ms. George, you don't have any mental health concerns, do you?
No, Your Honor.
I don't see any history of it.
No, Your Honor.
He seems,
I spoke with him back there.
he seems very lucid. I just want to make sure, because I'm looking at his history.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, at this time, I'm going to take no action on your out on bond case. But what that means is you're going to be released today, so you need to stay in touch with your attorney on that case.
Can I find out when in my court they own this here instead of going all over the Stewart Road when the garbage roll call it to find out what it is? Can I find out what my court date is for that particular thing?
Let me see. Do we know when his next court date is? Anybody?
Your Honor, that,
Stewart Road, forgive me in Jesus' name.
the other case, his out on bond, the assault with a deadly weapon has not been filed on. He was just released on an ROR motion about 2 weeks ago, a week ago, on like 10/9.
Okay.
So there are no court dates to date, states
Okay.
making filing decision.
So listen. Okay, see? You see the number right here?
Yes, ma'am.
So, you can call this number, speak with your attorney. Just stay in touch with your attorney. They can tell you when your next court
Hey,
date
guess
is.
what? Matthews Hope's getting me a phone with a coincidence. Technology, I'm new at it.
Yeah, so call and then they'll be able to tell you.
No,
Check in.
no.
All right. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Have a nice day.
Sure. No luck. God bless.
You have 30 days to appeal in writing. Please tell me your name.
My first name is Ryan, last name is Johnson.
21 MM 7372. You're here charged with trespass in structure or conveyance.
Yes.
Your Honor, there was not an offer today.
All right, give me one moment. All right, sir, your bond is $500. You cannot return to 4300 South Orange Blossom Trail. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Lamar is mental health.
21 MM 7383. It's a trespass.
I'll waive the appearance, Your Honor, because
All right, I'll appoint you.
oh, sorry, because of the incompetency issue, we're not going to be able to resolve it.
Okay. I'll stay the bond then.
And I'll ask that you take no action on the out on bonds due
I
to
will.
the incompetency issue.
I'll take no action on those.
Thank you.
Mr. Mendez is in the hospital.
21 MM 7374.
Your Honor, there is an offer to resolve the case. Can we see if he'll be able to come tomorrow?
Yes. We'll reset it for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Sir, can you tell me your name? Okay. Sir, can you tell me your name? You have to look at me and speak into the microphone. What's your name?
Cleveland.
Are you Cleveland Robinson? 21 MM 7377. Sir, you're here charged with trespass on property after warning. Was there an offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and no return to the 7-Eleven located at 8499 South John Young Parkway. I did speak to Mr. Robertson. We went over all the rights he would be giving up. He understands those rights and would like to accept the state's offer here today. And Your Honor, he was, when I read it, sleeping.
In a dumpster?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does your office not have people who help direct people to resources? Is that something you do?
We do, Your Honor. However, the problem is there's not enough resources, and then you have to get there at a certain time, and if you're not there and you stand in line, they may not have a bed. It's very difficult. So we do give them the resources, but We even have clients that'll stay in here because they don't have a bed available yet or they
Right.
can't get in.
I feel like I've seen, Mr. Robinson, do you recognize me?
Beg your pardon?
Do I look familiar to you? Have I seen you before?
So, yes, ma'am.
I think I just saw you for a trespass.
Yeah.
I hate to.
Me too, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Robinson, I need you to raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, Mr. Robinson, you understand the rights you're giving up if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest?
Speaking here.
So you understand we're not going to have a jury trial. I'm going to sentence you today. And that's what you want. Hold on one second. Can the attorneys approach? Thank you for your patience, Mr. Robinson.
Stop right here. Just right outside the door. Let me speak to him real quick. He can. He heard me last time. Okay, Your Honor, he would like to resolve the case with credit time.
With credit time served?
Yes, Your Honor. And we did speak. I'm going to give him the paper so he can call and see if there is anything that we can assist him with.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Robinson, you understand all the rights you're giving up and you want to enter a plea today of guilty or no contest. Is that right?
Yes,
Which one?
No contest. No contest. No contest.
I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. Was it adjudication?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the time you've been in custody. Sir, I have to order that you pay court costs. I'm going to reduce that to a lien, but you can't go back to that. Was it a 7-Eleven?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can't go back to 7-Eleven. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. Never will.
Okay. And Ms. George said she's going to give you some paperwork that has some information for some places where you can get some help. Can you read that paper?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good luck, sir. You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
Johnny McGee is mental health.
21 MM 2189. It's a capias. I'll appoint the public defender.
There was an offer, Your Honor. Can we see if he can be brought tomorrow? I'm not sure if there's anything that will prevent him from resolving the case. So I've just asked that he be allowed to come back tomorrow. If he can, if not, then we'll waive it tomorrow.
All right, that's fine. I'll stay the bonds.
Take the paper.
All right, bye, Mr. Robinson. Please tell me your name.
My name is Shaitel Thompson.
21 MM 3248. A capias was issued for your arrest for failing to appear for a pretrial conference. There's no bond authorized on that, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. In 21 MM 2958, a capias was issued for your arrest for failing to appear. There's also no bond authorized on that, and I'll give you an attorney to represent you in that case as well. I'll appoint you one. Good luck. Please tell me your name.
Thomas Breland.
Andrea Bailey bonded.
All right, we'll address them after him because he's here now. 21 CT 6941. You're here charged with driving under the influence. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in this case.
Your Honor, he does qualify for pretrial release. I would ask for pretrial release, given that he has no criminal history. He's been in the Orlando area for over a year. This does not appear to be usual behavior for him based on his criminal history.
There is probable cause here. What says the state?
Your Honor, say there's no objection to pretrial release.
I'll place him on pretrial release, but I'm going to require that he post a monetary bond. I'll reduce it to $250. Sir, you can't drive without a valid Florida license. You can't possess or consume any alcoholic beverages or controlled substance without a valid prescription. You'll be subject to random drug and alcohol screens while on pretrial release. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck.
Andrea Bailey bonded. Lorraine Ramos.
Wait, I don't have Bailey. I have Ramos Feliciano and Demetrius Virginia. Thank you. I didn't have the other one.
I understand.
Please tell me your name.
It's Tarvis Gilbert.
2019 CT 5285. You're here because a capias was issued for your arrest for failing to appear for a pretrial conference on a charge of driving on a suspended license.
And Your Honor, the offer from the state is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served. I did speak to Mr. Gilbert. We went over all the rights he would be given up. He understands those rights. I did go over the fact that this is an enhanceable offense. He understands all of those issues and the fact that depending on how many he has, his license can be suspended for a period of 5 years. He understands all of that and would still like to accept the state's offer.
And that he might qualify for one of the state's many diversion programs?
Yes, Your Honor. But I believe the bond is 0, correct?
It is.
Yeah. Yeah, so he needs to work, Your Honor, so he would like to resolve it.
All right, raise your right hand, sir.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, did you hear everything that, you can put your hand down, everything that Ms. George just said?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's what you want to do here today?
Yes, I do.
You understand the rights you're giving up by entering a plea of guilty or no contest?
Yes, if I don't, then I'd probably lose my job and it'd get worse from there.
I understand, and I do understand it's a tough position, but I want to make sure that you understand you're pleading guilty to, or no contest, either one will be treated the same, to an enhanceable offense that you might qualify for pretrial diversion. And pretrial diversion is a program, if you complete it, the state drops the charge against you. So just want to make sure that you understand you're not going to get to do any of those things today. I'll sentence you today. And that's what you want?
If I were to go to
your mask
pretrial diversion, would I have to stay inside the jail?
So I don't know if you even qualify. That's up to the state of Florida. I can't put you in that program. But yes, the capias that was issued for your arrest does not allow for a bond, and I cannot change that. So yes, you would sit in custody until that judge gives you a bond. It's Judge Allen.
And I will be signing.
I'm sorry?
And I'll be taking the deal.
Okay. You understand if you're on probation anywhere, this plea could violate it.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, you could be deported.
Yep.
At this time, how do you wish to plead to the charge of driving while license suspended with knowledge?
No contest.
I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the time that you've been in custody. I have to order that you pay court costs. I'll give you a year to pay that.
Are we appointed?
But likely, the court costs, you probably can't get a license till you get all that paid. I'm just telling you, so.
Like I was telling the PD, I'm pretty much an introvert. I stay at home. I'm a hermit. I play games. My job is customer service, and I'm studying to be IT at home, so.
Okay, well, just wanted to make sure you knew that. So I'll give you a year to pay it. Just the faster you get it done, the less it's hanging over your head.
I appreciate it, Judge.
Yes, sir. All right, good luck. You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You're welcome.
Please tell me your name.
Jared Janacek.
21 CT 6942. You're here charged with driving while license suspended. There is probable cause.
There's not an offer.
I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $500. You can't drive without a valid Florida license. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I'm revoking your bond and your 2 out on bond cases.
And can you appoint us if he does not have an attorney representing him, Your Honor?
Yes, I'll do that.
So I have no bond?
Correct. So you bond on the new case, but because you were out on bond for the exact same charge in 2 other cases, I revoked those bonds.
So I have to stay here?
Right. You can call your attorney and ask them to file a motion in front of the trial judge to get a new bond. Good luck. Please tell me your name.
Elsie Manzano.
21 CT 1792. You're here charged with no valid driver's license. Is there an offer in this case?
There was an offer, Your Honor. However, she would qualify for pretrial diversion downtown. So I don't know why. I guess because they're out of county. Do you know why she's being held for Seminole?
It's the same exact thing. FTA, no valid driver's license. $1,000.
All right, your bond is $500. You can't drive without a valid Florida license. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
All right, and I'm appointing the PD in this case.
Can she bond on that right now, or does she have to wait?
It has to be served on her, and then
She hasn't been served yet? Okay.
Mr. Barnett. Cameron, you refuse.
All right, thank you. 21 CF 13650. I'll find his refusal a willing waiver of his appearance today.
And, oh, okay, yes.
Wait, are you going back to that case?
Nope.
Okay.
I was gonna waive, but you said you already did.
Yeah, I found he refused, so. There is probable cause in this case. His bond is $3,500 on count 1, $100 on count 2. No return, no contact with any victim or witness, no weapons, firearms, or ammunition, and I'm revoking his out on bond. Please tell me your name.
Joshua Brandon.
21 CF 13646. You're here charged with grand theft of a motor vehicle and loitering or prowling. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you.
I know you're tired of this loitering or prowling. Your Honor, but here, it appears that he was fixing a car in the driveway. I didn't see him, there was no indication that he was peeking in windows, pulling on car handles or doors. It appears he was trying to fix the vehicle and then he drove off. I'm not sure where the loitering and prowling came from in this case.
What says the state?
Your Honor, for loitering and prowling, state has to prove two things: that he loitered or prowled in a place at a time or in a manner not usual for law-abiding citizens. State would make the argument that it wouldn't be a normal thing for law-abiding citizens to be in another person's driveway, and then when asked about it, I believe he was pretty evasive and wouldn't give an answer on why he was there. It doesn't say the time of which this occurred. However, time of arrest was 10/12. The second thing state has to prove is that there was justifiable or reasonable alarm for immediate concern for safety or persons or property in the vicinity. The victim of whose house it was alarmed to where she called her male neighbor for him to try to speak to the defendant, but he received no response. So while the law enforcement was able to get justifiable, reasonable an answer from him, neither was the victim nor the witness that was there. And it later came out that it was a vehicle that was just reported stolen and the keys were next to the defendant.
And again, Your Honor, I would argue that the client was in the driveway fixing a flat tire. If I'm not mistaken, he had the donut to fix the tire. He was not, I would argue that under these circumstances, there was no immediate concern for anyone's safety. The car broke down, he's fixing the vehicle, and then he drives off. Also, 10 o'clock is not that late at night, but there's no peeking in cars. There's no weird behavior that would warrant fear other than him fixing a car in a driveway.
Well, according to the witness, she was in fear because it was her driveway and she doesn't know him and doesn't know why he's in her driveway.
No, yeah, I understand that, but I would argue that here, the reason he's in the driveway is because his vehicle was broken.
Your Honor, however, he was given a reasonable chance to explain when the witness, I believe it was Mr. Padilla, went out there, attempted to speak with him and he received no response.
I don't believe that was the officer.
No, it was the witness. It was the neighbor she called since she was scared to go outside by herself.
So the law enforcement is the one that must be convinced, not the witness.
All right, so aren't there two elements?
Yes, one that he loitered or prowled in a place at a time or in a manner not usual for law-abiding citizens.
All right, so it might be usual for law-abiding citizens to be in their own driveway at 10 o'clock at night or 9 o'clock, but it's probably not usual for other people that you don't know to be in your driveway at 9 o'clock at night working on a car. That's probably not usual. And then what's the second element?
Element 2 is such loitering and prowling was under circumstances that warranted justifiable and reasonable alarm or immediate concern for safety of persons or property in the vicinity.
So the witness says she was afraid. Is that justifiable and reasonable concern?
I believe the witness being afraid and calling a male neighbor and the male neighbor trying to expel that concern, which I think is reasonable, and him giving no response would be a reasonable alarm for someone at 10 o'clock in your driveway.
And again, the dispel has to come from the officer, Your Honor, not the witness.
Right, not the witness. So where does the officer
and
give him the opportunity to dispel the concern?
I don't see anything in the arrest affidavit. No. Where he did, Your Honor. And again, as stated before, with loitering and prowling, they are to prevent criminal activity. He's fixing the vehicle. The grand theft had already occurred. There's a trespass, but there's no loitering or prowling, Your Honor.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm struggling with this one. Arguably, the grand theft is still in process, however, because if the vehicle is not operable and he's fixing it so that he can continue to flee with stolen property, that's still happening.
Right, but the vehicle has already been taken. Loitering and prowling is to prevent the inception of a crime, which is what, that's why the dispelling by the officer is one of the requirements based on the statute, Your Honor.
The dispelling is not in the statute, is it?
It's not one of the two elements for the status of proof in the jury instruction.
It's in the statute, it says.
In the statute,
it says they consider, well, as one of the considerations, Your Honor.
The officer can afford the opportunity to dispel or any immediate concern which would otherwise be warranted. It's not an element the state must prove.
It is interesting, though. I don't know why they didn't just charge him with trespass.
You don't.
That seems like a much easier
She can interview you, but
charge for this. The only other thing that gets me with the loitering and prowling is that the testimony is that the defendant he does walk around some. So he walks down the driveway, then he comes back, and then he does leave. He walks away. So isn't all of that behavior part of the not usual behavior at 10 o'clock at night that you're walking in and out of other people's driveways?
no, it looks like it states that when the male who the witness or the victim called Ryan Butler, when I guess he's calling his name, and he advised that at first he didn't respond, and then he starts to walk towards him.
Right, then turns around and walks back.
So at this point, he was being called by Butler, not just randomly walking around, peeking in the windows, pulling on door handles. He's not doing that, Your Honor. I believe you have a situation where the vehicle broke down, he's trying to fix the vehicle, and the witness comes out and sees him in the driveway.
Your Honor, still being in someone's driveway at 10 p.m. and giving no response of why you're there is not usual for law-abiding citizens and is reasonable alarm or concern.
Okay, at the very top. The male subject finally acknowledged Butler and started to advance toward his driveway, but stopped and walked back to his car. From that point, The witness advised that the male subject left her driveway and then was last seen turning right on Stricker Drive. So he did walk away.
I believe he finished fixing his vehicle and he left.
Mm-hmm.
And then abandoned the vehicle at a later point.
Not usual and causes alarm. I think there's PC. It's not usual, and it did cause, we have a witness who said she was alarmed by the behavior. I'm gonna find probable cause. Your bond is $1,000 on count 1. I'll reduce count 2. I'll R-alarm on count 2. With special conditions, you can't have contact with any victim or witness in this case. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Also, I see that you're raising your hand. Does that mean you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. I'm.
Hold on, before you ask me anything, let me just make sure you understand everything you say is being recorded and can be used against you later.
Your Honor, he wants to know if you would allow him to be interviewed for pretrial release.
I don't think he qualifies.
May I ask why I do not qualify?
I don't know. It just
It
says
stated
no.
he was not interviewed. On my face sheet, I'm not sure if he.
Do you know why he doesn't qualify, Rebecca?
Well, I mean, like she stated, he wasn't interviewed.
Your Honor, even if he did qualify, state would object. He has probation violations and a failure to appear that was recent. As well as potential other charges coming shortly from Winter Garden of a grand theft motor vehicle.
What is this DOC? Leaving the scene of a crash, grand theft motor vehicle, resisting without violence. Is that saying he just got out of prison or off probation?
One moment. I believe he got out of prison, but it looks like in 2020?
2020?
Yeah, 2020.
So even if I place you on, even if you qualify for pretrial release, I would also still require that you post a monetary bond. So you'll have all the conditions of reporting in addition to a monetary bond. Do you want me to order that you be screened for that? No?
No, Your
ma'am.
Okay.
Because I don't really have anybody to pay.
Well, I reduced your bond.
Thank you, ma'am.
Call your attorney right away and see if they can file a motion to reduce it even further. All right. Oh, wait. Do you live on Andre Court?
No.
Okay, you can't go back there for any reason or have contact with any victim or witness, possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Leandre Brown, Your Honor.
20 CF 7557, a capias was issued for your arrest. Your bond authorized is $7,500 on count 1, $150 on counts 2 and 3. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. And in 21 MM 7382, you're here charged with battery. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in this case as well. Give me 1 second.
Am I allowed to ask the probable cause, Your Honor?
Yes, you can ask anything you want. I'll ask the state to put the factual basis on the record.
On or about October 18, 2021, law enforcement responded to a call and met with Dandra Dunbar, who stated Mr. Brown was trying to talk to her friend who did not want to talk to her, so she went up to him and told him to leave her alone. At this point, she said he grabbed her by the throat and threw her to the ground. She stated she never lost consciousness or the ability to breathe. All events occurred in Orange County, Florida.
So that's the allegation of battery. Your bond is $500. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, ma'am.
You can't possess a weapon, a firearm, or ammunition. Do you live at 101 South Cimarron Boulevard?
No, ma'am, I don't live there.
All right. You can't return there. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
Good luck, sir.
I have one more question, Your Honor. The charges, the burglary charge, the
Yes.
criminal mischief, and the grand theft, that was dismissed. That was all involved in the case that was dismissed in June. I have documentation citing that from my lawyer, Roger Whedon.
They refiled.
It was refiled, Your Honor.
It was refiled.
It was dismissed and refiled in August.
Can you enlighten me on what exactly that is and how that can happen?
The state can file charges at any time as long as it's within the statute of limitations. So I don't know why they did that. I don't know if Ms. May can tell you why they did that because she's not the prosecutor. You can look and see what you can give us, what information you can give us. But I can just tell you generally, as long as it's within the statute of limitations, the state can file.
I believe we were in June having witness issues, so we null-prossed it, and after that we regained communication, so we can refile.
Also, in that capias, the conditions are no contact with victim, co-defendant, or witness, maintain separate residence, do not return to the scene of the offense, do not possess or consume any alcohol, illegal drugs, or controlled substances, and do not possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So you have an attorney? Is that a private attorney or do you have a public defender?
Yes, I have an attorney. I've just been without phone communication since 9 this morning. I just need to get on the phone and confirm some things, but I do, as far as I know, have private representation.
All right, then I'm not going to appoint your office, Ms. George.
Okay. On the,
Is your attorney representing you on the battery as well?
I would, until I get further communication, go ahead and have representation.
I don't know if the attorney's still on, if it was refiled, Your Honor.
I have a note that when we decided to refile, Mr. Whedon, the private defense attorney, was contacted letting him know that we were refiling. So he should have maybe some idea this is going on. I don't know if he was rehired.
Right. So I would ask that we're appointed until a notice.
I can do that. You understand that you have to pay the public defender fee in both of those cases, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, I'll reappoint them. Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Juliet Romeo. They have it as Colette Romeo.
I got it, thank you.
You're welcome.
21 CF 8355, a warrant was issued for your arrest, charging you with burglary of a structure with assault or battery and battery. Another judge has already found probable cause. Your bond is none on count 1, $500 on count 2. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. You're not allowed to have contact with any victim, witness, or co-defendant. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. You can't return to the scene for any reason. Do you understand?
Yes, I don't have a bond on that charge.
No, it's a first-degree felony punishable by life in prison. So at this time, you'll have no bond. Your attorney can file a bond motion and have that heard in front of your trial judge.
Okay.
Kia Cook bonded.
Please tell me your name.
Louis Antonio Gonzalez.
21 CF 13673. You're here charged with attempted burglary of an occupied structure, criminal mischief, damage greater than $1,000, and possession of burglary tools. There is probable cause, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Hold on one moment. I'll stay the bonds as listed. It'll be $3,500 on count 1, $150 on counts 2 and 3. No contact with any victim, witness, or co-defendant. No return to the scene. No weapons, firearms, or ammunition. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck. Sorry. That's it. Please tell me your name.
Kurgan Jean Guillaume.
21 CF 13674. Hold on a second. All right. You're charged with fleeing or attempting to elude law enforcement at a high rate of speed, carrying a concealed firearm, reckless driving, and driving while license suspended. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. There is probable cause. Is he not out on bond? Oh, no, I guess that was resolved. I'm sorry, I'm looking at history that I have.
No, I'll never, this is my, these new charges. I know
Okay.
I'm never out on bond.
All right. Your bond on count 1 is $15,000. I'll treat the others as subsidiaries. So it'll be 100 on 2, 3, and 4. You can't drive without a valid Florida license. Yes, sir?
You said 100 on 2, 3, and 4?
100 each.
At the bottom up for, okay.
You can't have contact with any victim, witness, or co-defendant.
She's not gonna reduce it.
You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
understand?
Yes, ma'am. And, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
If,
I believe the firearm from this case was also recovered. And there's potentially a hold going to be coming from Seminole,
I saw that.
I would assume shortly.
Thank you, Your Honor.
never mind.
All right, good luck, sir. You too. Please tell me your name.
Wesley Hill.
21 CF 13655. You're here charged with 6 counts of burglary of an unoccupied conveyance, 2 counts of burglary of an unoccupied structure, petty theft with 2 or more theft convictions, and burglary of an unoccupied conveyance. Wouldn't that just be a 7th count of that?
Yes, I believe, Your Honor, it's supposed to be 7 total counts.
Yeah, I don't know why they
of
listed it that way.
conveyance, which is correct. However, I believe there should be only 1 count of burg structure. I believe he's currently charged with 2 counts of that. Because he only entered the curtilage of the building once through the fence. So I believe he needs to be ROR'd as to count 8.
I assume the defense does not object?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, hold on one second. All right, that's what I think too. All right, so counts, well, I'll do on count 1, your bond is $3,500. I'll treat all the others as subsidiaries. So it'll be $150 on each of those, except for the second burglary of an unoccupied structure. That'll be an ROR. You can't return to the scene for any reason. Do you understand? You have to answer out loud. You can't have contact with any victim or witness in this case. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. At this time, I'm revoking your bond and you're out on bond case. Good luck, sir. Berg structure, there's 2 of them.
So I believe it's $3,500 on 1, $150 on 2 through 6, $150 on 7, ROR on 8, $150 on 9, $150 on 10.
Please tell me your name.
Trayvon Hamilton.
21 CF 2225. You're here for violating conditional release. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Give me 1 second. It looks like a warrant was issued for your arrest for violating conditions of pretrial release. There's no bond on that. Good luck, sir.
That's not for bondage.
Thank you. No. Please tell me your name.
Dean Ivan.
All right, give me 1 moment. Sorry, we're having some technical difficulties. I'm trying to resolve them. 21 CF 13664, you're here charged with possession of cocaine. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in this case.
Yes.
Give me 1 moment. There is probable cause. Your bond is $1,000. You can't have contact with any known drug dealers. You can't possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription. Do you understand?
I say yes.
I do.
All right. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Please tell me your name.
Jules.
21 CF. Hold on, you have 3 cases. 13638 and 13640. You're charged with fleeing or attempting to elude law enforcement at a high rate of speed with disregard for persons or safety of others. And 21 CF 13639, you're charged with fleeing or attempting to elude with lights and sirens activated. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in each of your cases.
On all 3, Your Honor?
I'm sorry?
On all 3?
Yes. All right, in 13638, there is probable cause. Your bond is $15,000. You can't drive without a valid Florida license. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Then in 39, there is probable cause. Your bond is $15,000. In 40, there is also probable cause. Your bond is $10,000. Good luck, sir.
Your Honor, I would ask that you consider reducing. It appears he has no criminal convictions, and these all happened on the same day. So I would ask that you consider at least reducing. I know you're giving him the 15,000 on the first bond amount, but I would ask that you consider reducing the other two fleeings and attempting.
So two of the charges, if you look at the facts, he's clearly a danger to the people around him and cares not at all about that. So I think that in answer to the question, is he a flight risk? We have 3 affidavits that show he is 100% a flight risk. So that is one reason the court set the bond as I did.
Oh.
What says the state?
Your Honor, I'll leave it within your discretion. State has the same concern for the public and safety of Orange County citizens, and all of them, I believe he's doing well over 100 miles per hour when the speed limit is posted is, I believe, 60 in one, 45 in another. And they had to bring out the chase helicopter and do a pit maneuver to make him stop. And I don't know why it was not charged. However, he also did have a firearm located within the vehicle.
I wondered the same thing, but it's not charged, so.
So I'm unsure, but given the evasive nature that it did take at least 3 different officers in 3 different pursuits.
Yeah, I'm not, I did reduce the last one.
Yeah, no, I
So,
understand, Your Honor.
all right, good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Trey Kennedy.
21 CF 13649, you're here charged with possession of methamphetamine, possession of drug paraphernalia, and resisting without violence. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Hold on one second. There is probable cause. Your bond is $1,000 on count 1, 100 on 2 and 3. You can't have contact with any known drug dealers. You can't possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck.
What about, I have a,
You have a hold for Lake County?
Yes.
It looks like you do. So I don't know what that's for, though. I don't have enough information about it.
petty theft.
Do you know what it's for?
It's for a petty theft for $1,000, but they have not yet served on them.
So you're right, that is there. So
I can leave bond or no?
no, they'll hold you, and then once they serve that on you, you'll come back probably and see a judge,
Okay.
and we'll let you know if you have bond on that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck, sir.
Desiree Cosmati bonded.
Please tell me your name.
Martin.
All right, in 21 CF 1855, a capias was issued for your arrest for failing to appear on charges of petty theft and possession of fentanyl. There's no bond. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in that case. And then in 21 CF 13642, you're here charged with possession of cocaine. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in this case as well. Hold on one moment. There is probable cause. Your bond is $1,000. You can't possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription or have contact with any known drug dealers. In 21 CF 13643, you're charged with aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in that case as well, sir.
Your Honor, did you read that? I mean, there's no probable cause. I mean, this guy was beating up his lady and.
Don't talk about that.
Okay, hold on 1 minute. I'm pulling it up right now, okay?
Yeah, I just come in the situation to save the girl, and I didn't go anywhere.
So everything you're saying right now is being recorded and can be used
Yeah,
against you
I
later.
don't care.
I understand. But before you say anything else, I'm just going to give you a moment to talk to your attorney. I'm going to reread this for a moment, counselor.
Crazy, man. It's crazy.
But I'm going to give you a moment to talk to her because that's not on the record. So give me a moment to read while you talk. Ms. May, did you review this affidavit?
Yes, Your Honor.
It is a little bit confusing to me.
We have a statement from Miss Longworth, who was the other co-defendant who was here this morning on ABAT TV. In this statement, she made the following verbal statement that she was in a verbal argument with Mr. Grant. She advised she was trying to get away from Mr. Grant. He then slammed her laptop, which was inside a book bag, down on the ground, as well as her cell phone. She advised after he slammed her book bag with the laptop on the ground, he attempted to step on the book bag. She advised she pulled the book bag from underneath him, causing him to slip and fall to the ground. That was the bulk of her statement. And then we have Mr. Grant's statement.
That's the written statement?
That's what we have. That was the verbal statement that we have that the officer wrote. I have that on the second page, top half.
No, this guy's not coming to court. He just did that the moment to make fun of us. He told us that.
It further states that she attempted to walk off the property. Mr. Grant followed her. Mr. Martin came to her defense to try to get Mr. Grant to stop following her. She did not know Mr. Martin prior to the incident. And then the victim says to law enforcement, it all started, Mr. Grant advised he was not letting Mr. Martin inside the residence. Miss Longworth struck Mr. Grant several times, striking him with a closed fist on the right side of his face. Miss Longworth ripped his shirt off of him while attacking him. Miss Longworth handed a piece of jagged plywood approximately 3 feet in length to Mr. Martin. Mr. Grant advised Mr. Martin swung the piece of jagged plywood at Mr. Grant's head, striking him in the right eyebrow. And I don't believe we have a statement from Mr. Martin.
All right, Mr. Martin, I did read this affidavit. I do think it's a little bit confusing. But what's not confusing is the allegation that you swung a board and hit Mr. Grant in the face, and the police did notice an abrasion and a cut consistent with that story.
I was trying to attack me.
Hold on, let me tell you. Before you say anything else that could be used against you later, let me explain this to you. I'm just telling you there's probable cause. I'm not telling you the state can win this at jury trial. I'm not even telling you the state has enough to file it. I'm just saying there's probable cause contained within the affidavit. So,
Your Honor, I would ask that you consider all of the facts. And my client is adamant he was trying to defend the victim when he did swing the plywood. So I just ask that you take all of that into consideration.
I do see that, and I also think that the statements contained within the affidavit are inconsistent. And because he has the other case that's pending, and I already set bond in that case, I'll take that into consideration with this. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to reduce that bond amount. Mr. Martin, it'll be, instead of $3,500, I'm going to set your bond at $1,000. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yeah, I don't even have bond money. I don't know what.
Well, I reduced it significantly. But you can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. You can't have contact with the victim. And all of the other conditions that I set on the other case are still in place, okay?
Your Honor, state would ask for a no return.
I'll order that you not return to the...
There was the Howard Martin.
Howard Johnson?
Or the Hometown Studios located at 5453.
All right, so don't go back to that hotel, okay? All right, good luck, sir. Call your attorney right away. We have what? We have what, though? I don't know what that means. All right, so I don't know why you're telling me you have something, because it sounds like we don't have anything yet. I don't understand. It doesn't sound like we have anything that you need me to do with it yet. Okay. Okay. Please tell me your name. You're here in 21 CF 13653, charged with lewd or lascivious molestation by a person over 18 years of age on a victim 12 to 15 years of age. At this time, I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. There is probable cause.
Your Honor, I would, while setting the bond amount, ask that you consider he has no criminal history. Based on the face sheet that I'm looking at, Your Honor. And he's been in the area for over a year. So I'd ask that you take that into consideration. And it looks like he is also a military. He's in the military.
You're currently in the military?
Yes, ma'am. Your Honor, this is an F2, states as that you set a reasonable bond. I understand that he is currently in the U.S. Army, however.
What U.S. Army is stationed in Orlando?
Reserve unit, Your Honor.
Reserves, okay.
However, he may be discharged after this.
That's what I was thinking. I don't know how much longer he'll be in. Your bond is $50,000. You can have no contact with the victim or the victim's immediate family members. Do you understand what no contact means? You have to answer out loud.
Yes, Your Honor.
You can have no contact with any minor child under the age of 18. Do you live in the same residence as the victim?
Yes, she's my stepdaughter.
You can't now. So I'll order that you must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings, but you cannot be in the same residence as the victim or her immediate family. That includes her mother. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can't possess or consume any alcoholic beverages. You'll be subject to random alcohol screens. Any other conditions the state would request?
Your Honor, state would ask for 1,000 feet from her school as well.
You can't be within 1,000 feet of the victim's school. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck. I'm gonna ask Teresa. Oh. All right, well, let's do this one because we have someone here. Tell me your name, please. 21 CF 13662. You're here charged with aggravated assault with a weapon and battery. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. Just one moment. Ma'am, do you wish to testify?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Talanya Horn, H-O-R-N-E.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I can't hear you. I need you to get closer to the microphone.
Talanya Horn, H-O-R-N-E.
Thank you. Does the state have any questions for her?
Ms. Horn, what is your relationship to Mr. Payne?
I'm his wife.
Okay. And what is your relationship to Jill Horn?
That's my mother.
Okay. And do you know Mario Wilson?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is your relationship to him?
That's my brother-in-law.
Okay. And were you present for this incident?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, that's all I have at this time. As she's not the named victim in the case.
Right. Does the defense have any questions? All right, ma'am, was there anything else you wanted to tell me?
Yes, I wanted to say that my husband was lying down in our quarters where we rent, and the victim, Mario Wilson, came into the home without permission from me or my husband or my mother. He came into the house aggressively yelling, and I was afraid, my child was afraid. My husband got up immediately, not knowing what the concern was. He went to the door to come where my brother-in-law entered into the house and asked him, and my brother was asking him for the truck key, which the whole situation had nothing to do with the vehicle. My husband asked him about, the real situation was about money. The brother-in-law decided he was going to forcibly try to search my husband's pocket, try to physically obtain the keys from him, and they got into a physical altercation. And I shut the door. I wanted to go back and protect my child. So that's after that, I went back and protect my child, make sure my child was okay. And then when the police came, they didn't say nothing to me. They didn't ask me anything at all. When they came into the house, I said, I did not give you permission to come into the house. Can you please exit my house? And they handcuffed my husband, and my husband said, why are you arresting me? And they said, I'm not arresting you, you're being detained at the moment. But they did not ask me, did I seek anything? They didn't ask me my name, they didn't say anything to me. And when I told them I did not give them permission to come into the house because they're making track marks all over my white tile floor, they said, I'm sorry, ma'am, and those are the only words that were spoken to me from the police. But my brother-in-law, he came into the house without permission, aggressively, and put his hands on my husband, and my husband defended himself. It was self-defense from what I saw. My mother did not give a statement. They falsely took that statement from my mother. My mother cannot be here present at the moment because she's at work, and she also has to pick my child up from school. She said that she did not give no statement. She told the police, I plead the fifth and I give no statement. So whatever statement is given from Jillian Horn is not the statement from her.
All right, thank you, ma'am. So I read the affidavit, and that's not what's in the affidavit.
Yeah,
the affidavit says, Jill advised the following verbal statement.
Exactly, wrongfully.
Ma'am?
Oh, sorry, okay.
On October 17th, she attempted to facilitate getting the truck keys from Cordell to give to Mario, but Cordell refused to hand over the truck keys, stating Mario would have to come and get them. Jill called Mario to tell him that. Once Mario arrived, Jill heard arguing but could not see what was happening. Then she observed Mario exit the house. She closed the front door. And then while outside the house, she observed Cordell exit the house, hiding a metal pipe behind his back, approached Mario and chest bumped Mario, still holding the metal pipe in his hand. So I understand, ma'am, please let me finish. I understand what you're telling me here today, but that's very different than what's in the affidavit.
Okay, may I address that part?
Ma'am, I need you to listen. The reason we're here today is to address whether there's probable cause for the arrest and bond. We're not having an evidentiary hearing here today. Okay. I'm not telling you that the state can file this, that they will file it, that they can win it at a jury trial. That's all up to the state of Florida. And they may decide not to file anything at all. That's up to the state.
Right.
The only thing we're here today for is probable cause.
Right.
So.
May I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
So about that testimony from my mother, can my mother come in and revoke that statement because that was an invalid statement?
Not to me, no. I'm the court.
Question.
The state of Florida is who's prosecuting this case.
Okay.
So all of the witnesses in the case are going to want to be in touch with the state attorney's office because that's who's going to make a filing decision. I can't hear you.
May I ask why am I not a witness?
I don't know the answer to that. I wasn't there.
Right.
So that's not a question for the court.
Okay.
That's a question for law enforcement. You can ask the state attorney's office when you talk to them.
Okay.
Based on this affidavit, there is probable cause for these charges. Again, I don't know if the state's even going to file it, sir. That's between you and your attorney in the state of Florida. Does the state wish to be heard on bond?
Your Honor, I just ask that you stay what's currently set. He is out on bond as well.
I dropped those charges.
All right, your bond is $3,500 on count 1, $100 on count 2. With special conditions, you can have no contact with any victim or witness in this case, which includes Jill. You understand you can have no contact with her? All right. You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence from the victim and the witness. I'll order that you're allowed a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings.
Your Honor, as far as the out on bond, given the, well, she's not listed as a witness, but the testimony here today, based on her account of what happened, she stated she was there, and the fact that he has no, I don't see any other criminal history besides that one, a battery that he is out on bond for, pretrial release. So I would ask that you consider, if you are inclined to revoke, you revoke in double as opposed to holding him at no bond. It appears he does, looks like own a business. So I just ask that you take all of that into consideration.
I'm not inclined to do that. He's out on bond for a domestic battery by strangulation, which is an incredibly violent offense, when he's arrested for committing another violent offense.
And he does have some history, Your Honor, however, it's driving related. He has some CT cases and TR cases and a failure to carry a driver's license misdemeanor from 2018.
I'm going to revoke it, Counselor. Your office needs to file a motion. I'm revoking your bond and your out on bond case, sir. Call your attorney right away. Good luck, ma'am. Thank you for coming. Is that who's next? You ready? Maybe you were transferring the call.
I understand the Spanish. I can.
Hold on. Nothing? Yeah, but they asked her that before and she said she didn't, so. I heard her say that, but before she said she didn't. Mm-hmm. Sir, tell me your name.
Hi, my name is Davidson Pereira, Your Honor.
All right, this is 21 CF 13670. We're still trying to get an interpreter on the phone. AV, if you can hear this, we're trying to do this again.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Alan Figueroa, a certified Spanish court interpreter.
Has the interpreter been sworn?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, can you ask the witness if she can understand Spanish?
Señora, ¿usted entiende el español?
Sim, poquito, mas eu consigo hablar.
Yes, a little bit, but I think I can manage.
All right. Mr. Pereira, you're here charged with aggravated battery with great bodily harm.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to translate that.
Oh, to me?
No, the translator.
Just for the interpreter, am I interpreting for the defendant as well or only for the witness?
No, only for the witness, but if you just could interpret everything, I think that would be simplest.
Understood, Your Honor. I was trying to interpret into the headset first.
Oh, no, we're having trouble with that too.
Understood. Bien, señor, se le acusa de agresión física en violencia doméstica.
At this time, Mr. Pereira, I'll appoint an attorney to represent you.
Okay.
Se le designará un abogado para que lo represente.
Yes, Your Honor.
There is probable cause.
Yes, ma'am.
Determino que existe indicio de criminalidad.
Ma'am, please tell me your name.
Marileia.
Señora, dígame su nombre.
Marileia Martins da Silva.
Marileia Darcy da Silva.
Martins.
Marcin.
Martins da Silva.
All right, please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Levante la mano derecha.
Oh, sorry.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Jura decir la verdad, solo la verdad, nada más que la verdad, lo jura ante Dios.
Yes, God.
All right, ma'am. How do you know the defendant?
Bien, señora, ¿cómo conoce usted al acusado?
Ele é meu hijo, meu filho. Ele me defendeu, ele ontem estava me defendendo porque a vizinha de cima me bateu. Já tem 4 vezes que ela me agride por causa de plantas. A associação don't resolve, don't make nothing.
Okay, ma'am. Short sentences.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The Spanish interpreter, I can only understand about half of what she's saying. The rest is all Portuguese, and I wouldn't be able to accurately interpret everything that she's saying.
All right, she's not the victim in this case. So I'd like you to tell her that we're having trouble getting a Portuguese interpreter, in Spanish, of course.
Bien, señora, usted no es la víctima, pero estamos teniendo un poco de dificultad consiguiendo un intérprete de portugués.
Ok, eu vou tentar falar contigo. Pela noite, ontem, a senhora me agrediu.
Okay. Okay. I'll try to be as clear as I can. At around 10 or 11 p.m., the lady, my neighbor, she attacked me.
Meu hijo, como ela tinha falado o mês passado para meu vizinho que ela ia comprar uma arma e ia me matar, ontem, quando ela me agrediu pela segunda vez, Meu hijo foi em minha defesa.
The first time she told me, this was last month, that she was gonna get a gun and she was gonna shoot me. This time now, my son came to defend me.
All right, ma'am. It sounds like your son may have some defenses to this case, but they cannot be raised today.
Bien, señora, parece que su hijo tiene una defensa en este caso, pero no puede ser tratado hoy.
Okay.
You'll need to contact the state attorney's office.
Tendrá que contactar a la fiscalía.
They'll give you a phone number to call.
Le van a dar un número telefónico a llamar.
Do you understand?
Sí.
¿Lo entiende?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yes.
Bien, gracias.
Mr. Pereira, your bond is $3,500 with special conditions. You can have no contact with the victim.
Bien, señor, la fianza se fijará en $3,500. Se le prohíbe el contacto con la víctima.
I speak English fine, ma'am.
I was doing it so your mother could
okay,
understand,
sorry.
but if you want me to stop, I can.
I would rather.
I stop?
Oh, yeah, just so we can communicate.
Okay, can the interpreter just tell his mother that we're going to stop using the interpreter at this time and for her to call the state attorney's office?
Sure thing, Your Honor. Señora, van a dejar de usar el intérprete por ahora. Por favor, llame a la oficina del fiscal, ¿ok?
Ok. Para quê?
Okay.
Para intérprete?
Do I call for an interpreter?
No, they'll be able to set up an interpreter for you, but it's just for you to make statements to them if that's what you want to do.
Ok.
Ellos podrán tener un intérprete para usted, pero es para que usted pueda decir lo que pasó.
Ok, ok. Porque ela falou restrição, mas a senhora vive em cima de meu apartamento. Então,
Okay, because the lady is my neighbor. She lives in the apartment above me.
I understand.
como terá restrições se nós outras estamos sempre nos vendo no corredor, em parking?
So how do I do then if we're always running into each other in the hallway, in the parking lot?
So this court doesn't have jurisdiction over you or the victim.
El juzgado no tiene jurisdicción sobre usted o sobre la víctima.
But if I were you, I would avoid her as much as possible.
Okay.
Pero si yo fuera usted, yo trataría de no encontrarme con ella lo más posible.
Oh, ok. Lá,
Okay.
Vou vendar os olhos. Close my eyes.
Good idea. And also, we'll get the public defender's office who's representing your son to give you a phone number. So you'll have a phone number for both sides' attorneys.
Ok, thanks so much.
La defensora pública representando a su hijo le dará un número telefónico para que pueda contactarse con ambos abogados.
Ok.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Much. Appreciate.
Gracias, señora.
All right. Thank you to the interpreter. I'm going to disconnect you now.
Not a problem, Your Honor.
Sorry, I know this was really unusual, but we couldn't get a Portuguese interpreter. And she said she spoke some Spanish, so I just wanted to get as much as we could. So I appreciate your patience.
No
No
thank you
problem,
so
Your
much.
Honor. I was glad I was able to help some.
Me too. Thank you. All right, Mr. Pereira.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry about that. Okay. So no contact with the victim. You understand what that means?
Yes.
Do you live there?
Yes.
Okay, so your mom just said she lives above you guys.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure you understand what I said to your mom. I don't have jurisdiction over either of them, just you.
Yes.
So I understand she lives above you. You can't go to her house. And if you see her, I would go the other direction because you're the person who could be arrested for violating a court order
Of course.
if there's any contact. Do you understand?
I do understand.
Okay. No weapons, firearms, or ammunition. And I'm ordering that you're not allowed to go to her house, but I don't know how many feet that is, so I'm not going to do a 500 feet or something because I don't want him in violation of that.
Okay.
And any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
He's out on bond.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm still just concerned due to the proximity.
Yeah, me too.
It's a
Oh, it's a notice. He's not out on bond. Okay.
Your Honor, given, I believe in the affidavit and the testimony here today by his mother that she was being attacked. He is asking if his bond could be reduced a little so that he is able to post it. I don't believe other than the petty theft, I don't believe he has any other violent history.
Your Honor, state would
And I just
object.
want to
Sorry. Go ahead.
make sure, there was a video that did show his mother being hit.
Yeah, I see that.
So I just ask that you take that into consideration. He has ties. He's been here over a year. He's employed full-time. It does not appear that he was able to be interviewed for pretrial. I don't know if he would qualify because of the notice to appear. No? Okay. So, but I would just ask that you consider reducing a little, just given the facts, and that this is not normal behavior.
It is interesting because it looks like the witness testimony is that she's the initial aggressor, Anu, but it looks like there's a video that shows she's hitting Marilia, and then your client comes over, pushes her to the floor, begins kicking her in the face, and then drops to the knee and punches her multiple times in the face. So it looks like there's a video that shows that.
Your Honor, defense of others also has to be an equal reaction. The witness that was here apparently had 2 little red marks on her arm from being hit with a tree branch. State would contend that being pushed to the ground, being kicked in the face, and then dropping to the ground and punching the victim in the face is not an equal reaction under defense of others.
Yeah, I think you're gonna have to raise that as a defense, but I'm not sure if the affidavit's correct, that's what the video shows. It does seem like it's a bit aggressive and
Your Honor,
excessive for defense of others.
Your Honor,
However,
and I believe she did have, allegedly have a knife.
I see that. The allegation is she had a knife, although you can't see it in the video. However, I also see that he has limited criminal history.
Your Honor, yes, he has a DUI that was null-prossed in 2018, or he picked it up in 2018. It was null-prossed in 2019 due to successfully completing pretrial diversion. He had a 2015 trespass that was no-billed, and then he has an open notice to appear petty theft.
All right, I'll reduce the bond, given the lack of history and the
Your Honor, just for the record, state would object.
fact
Due
that
to
it looks like defense of others.
proximity issue, the overall aggression, and given that the victim is 58 and the defendant is 35.
Yeah, I see that. All right, thank you. All right, I'll reduce your bond to $2,500 with all of the same conditions.
Thank
I just
you,
want
Your
to
Honor.
caution you one more time. You live really close to her.
Of course.
This looks like an explosive situation. So talk to your attorney about what you should and shouldn't do, but I just want to make sure you realize that,
There's no contact between us.
right, and you're the person out on bond.
Okay.
So if you get arrested for having contact with her, you can be held at no bond.
Okay, ma'am.
You understand?
I do understand.
All right, don't make me regret it. Good luck, sir.
No, I won't regret it. You won't regret it, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
And that's a no action, Your Honor.
No, it's not an out of bond. I don't know why they say that. An NTA is there's no bond. So it's not out on bond. Please tell me your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Ray, Your Honor.
You're here in 21 CF 13630, charged with battery on a licensed security officer or uniformed medic. At this time, I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. There is probable cause. Your bond is $2,500. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, I understand.
You can't return to the Wawa at 8574 South Orange Blossom Trail for any reason. You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. Any other conditions the state would request?
The only thing is, ma'am, my funds are at home, and I have no one to get my funds to me so I could bond out.
You're going to have to talk to your attorney about that, sir.
No, Your Honor.
There's a number on that piece of paper. Call that number and speak to your attorney about your options.
there any way possibly I could get pretrial ROR?
No, sir, it is not. Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name. 21 CF 13675. You're here charged with indecent exposure, trespassing, and disorderly conduct. The indecent exposure is exposure of sexual organs, second or subsequent offense. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. I'll stay the bond. It's $1,000 on count 1, $100 on count 2, $100 on count 3. With special conditions, you can have no contact with any victim or witness in this case. You cannot return to 40 East 5th Street. Do you understand that? Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Please tell me your name.
Enrique Senegaglia.
21 CF 13666. You're here charged with carrying a concealed firearm, possession of a firearm in the commission of a felony, possession of cannabis with intent to sell or deliver with a weapon. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Ms. George, did you have any motions in this case?
No, Your Honor.
I agree. I do think there's probable cause. All right, your bond will be $5,000 on count 2, $1,000 on count 3, $1,000 on count 1. You can't possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription. You can't have contact with any known drug dealers. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. Do you understand? All right, good luck, sir. Just a moment. Please tell me your name.
Adrian Velocchio.
21 CF 13657. You're here charged with driving while license revoked as a habitual offender. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. Just a moment. There is probable cause. Your bond is $2,500. You can't drive without a valid Florida license. Do you understand that?
Yes.
At this time, I'm revoking your bond in 21 CF 6140. Good luck, sir.
Your Honor, what was that bond amount?
$2,500.
Thank you.
All right, good luck, sir.
And can you appoint us if he's not?
Yes.
Represented?
I'll appoint you in the out-on-bond case.
You can't bond.
Your Honor, his out on bond, I believe it's 21 CT 6140.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought that said F.
It does, Your Honor, it's a typo.
Ah,
And he is represented by private counsel in that out on bond case.
okay, so I'm not appointing them in the out-on-bond.
Okay.
What about step light? 21 CF 13654. I'm going to appoint your office, Ms. George.
I'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
Your Honor, state asked since it's a PBL, you hold no bond on count 1.
I'll do that. Just Just a moment.
And the one on, yep, there you go. And I think for the Spanish is the second.
The second one, okay, all right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, everyone, welcome to initial appearances. I'm Judge Gabrielle Sanders-Morency. For those of you who've not gone through this process, I am not the judge assigned to your case. My role today is to review the charging affidavit and determine if I find probable cause for your arrest. If I do find probable cause for your arrest and if you are entitled to a bond, I will give you a bond. This is not the time to ask me for a bond reduction. You may do so at a later time. Your defense attorney can go ahead and file the appropriate motion. But again, today's not the day to do a bond motion. I will go ahead and provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender's Office for these proceedings only. So if you truly want to have a defense attorney from the Public Defender's Office, then you need to go ahead and file the appropriate paperwork so we can make a determination if you qualify or not. Just for some additional housekeeping matters, if you hear that I say you are not to have any contact with either victims, witnesses, or co-defendants, that is exactly what I mean. No direct or indirect contact. No writing letters, no poems, no direct messaging through Instagram, Facebook, no TikTok videos. That's still contact. And if you violate my rules, you will end up right back in jail. And most importantly, do not tell me anything about your case. Okay, you are being recorded. I have an assistant state attorney in front of me, and he or she can and will use what you say today against you. So please, again, do not tell me anything about your case. All right. From the state attorney's office, can I have your first and last name for the record?
Jasmine Scarborough, Your Honor.
Representative from the Public Defender's Office.
Yvonne Antonian, Your Honor.
PTR.
Officer Ray O'Connor, Judge.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Rafael Barrera, State Certified Court Interpreter. I have been previously sworn.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you. First case is 2021 CF 3014. Virgilio Gonzalez Toro.
For the court's information, he did request Spanish interpretation.
I'm sorry?
For the court's information, he requested Spanish interpreter.
We have
Para que conste las actas tenemos un intérprete de habla hispana. ¿No le escucha?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay, perfect.
Sí, le escucho. Muy bien.
All right, sir, I reviewed the charging affidavit. As one count of discharge of firearm in public. Second count is grand theft. Third count is aggravated stalking.
Revisado la affidavit de cargo, estimo que hay motivo fundado un cargo de disparar un arma en el público, un cargo de hurto mayor y un cargo de acecho agravado.
I do find probable cause for count 1. Your bond is going to be stayed at $500.
Determiné que existe motivo fundado. El primer cargo tiene una fianza de $500.
That's the count 2. I do find probable cause. Your bond's going to be stayed at $2,500.
Determino que existe motivo fundado en el segundo cargo. Fianza $2,500.
Count 3. I do not find probable cause. I will give the state attorney's office 24 hours to get probable cause.
Yes, Your Honor.
En el tercer cargo no determino motivo fundado, le voy a dar 24 horas a la fiscalía para que me den más información referente al motivo fundado.
With that being said, I will see you tomorrow. If they are able to get probable cause, then I'll give you the conditions of your bond, okay?
Entonces lo veré mañana, si ellos pueden proveerme a mí el motivo fundado y hablaremos sobre la fianza en ese cargo.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Next case, 2021 MM2759, defendants Gene Ocasio Morales. All right, sir, you've been charged with 1 count of battery, domestic violence.
Señor, usted lo acusan de un cargo de agresión, violencia doméstica.
I do find probable cause.
Determino que existe motivo fundado.
You do not qualify for PTR.
Usted no reúne requisitos para la libertad prejuicial.
Bond's going to be set at $500.
La fianza será programada en $500.
You're not to have any contact with the listed victims. You understand?
No se le permitirá contacto en absoluto con la presunta víctima. ¿Usted entiende? Yes.
All right. You are to maintain a separate residence from the victim.
Tiene que mantener una residencia separada de la presunta víctima.
You are not to possess any weapons or firearms.
No se le permitirá portar armas de fuego o armas blancas.
Okay, thank you.
Gracias.
Is that all?
Yeah, there were only 2, according to my records.
There's one more that requested Spanish interpretation, Mr. Ramon Flores Rivera.
Last name's Rivera?
Flores Rivera.
Flores Rivera. I have it. 21 MM 2755, defendant Ramon Flores Rivera.
Monsieur Ramón Flores Rivera.
All right, good afternoon, sir. Reviewed the charging affidavit with 1 charge of petty theft, first offense.
Señor, buenas tardes, caballeros. Revisado la affidavit de cargos. Contiene un cargo de hurto menor, primera acusación.
I do find probable cause.
Determino que existe motivo fundado.
Looks like he qualifies for direct PTR.
Parece que reúne requisitos para la libertad prejuicial directa.
Do you have any objections, state?
Fiscalía, ¿tiene usted alguna objeción?
Just that the suspect or the defendant not return to the address 2855 North Old Lake Wilson.
All right, so I will go ahead and do a direct pretrial release. Sir, please do not go back to the Walmart located at 2855 North Old Lake Wilson Road.
Señor, le voy a dar libertad bajo la libertad prejuicial. No se le permitirá regresar al Walmart ubicado en 2855 Old Lake Wilson.
Okay, thank you.
Muchas gracias.
If you can please just make an announcement for me to see if anyone else would need your services.
Certainly, Your Honor. Su atención, por favor. Si hay alguna otra persona presente que necesite los servicios del intérprete, por favor, anúnciese en este momento.
Is that a no? I couldn't hear you.
Yes, Your Honor, no one has requested additional services.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you, sir.
You're welcome, Your Honor. And if I could just have your name, Judge, I'm sorry, I don't have a visual on you.
Oh, no worries. It's Sanders Morency.
That's who I thought it was, but I just wanted to make sure. Thank you, Judge. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Eric Alexander Romero. All right, so I have 13 MM 4417 is a violation of probation. I have reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. Your bond's going to be set at 0 at this time, okay? All right, thank you. Ashley Baptiste.
She's approaching.
All right, Ms. Baptiste, your case number is 2021 MM2750, has 1 count of battery, domestic violence. I do find probable cause for your arrest. All right, since you do not qualify for PTR because of mental health concerns?
That mental health issues that were reported to us this morning, Judge.
She can't have PTR with mental health conditions?
No, Judge.
No?
I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, Ms. Baptiste, your bond is going to be set at $500. Ms. Baptiste, I need you to listen to me. Your bond's gonna be set at $500, okay? The conditions of your bond is that you not return to the area of 1913 Pier Dot Circle. Okay, you are to maintain a separate residence from your mother at this time. Okay, you cannot possess any weapons or firearms. And you can't have any contact with her at this time. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Sean Bermudez. Mr. Bermudez, your case is 21 MM2751. It has 1 count of battery, domestic violence. I did review the charging affidavit. I do find probable cause for your arrest. You do qualify for a bond with PTR conditions. Your bond is set at $500. Your pretrial conditions are going to be not to have any contact with the listed victim. Do you understand? You are not to return to the residence. You are to maintain a separate residence from her. Do you understand? Yes. You cannot possess any weapons or firearms. Anything else, State?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Daniel Carrillo. All right, sir, your case number is 21 CF 3000. It alleges 3 separate offenses. The first one is burglary of an unoccupied structure. I do find probable cause. Your bond's going to be stayed at $3,500. Second count is criminal mischief. Your bond, I do find probable cause. Your bond's going to be stayed at $500. The third count is resisting arrest without violence. I do find probable cause. Your bond's going to be stayed at $500. Do not qualify for PTR. Please do not return to the area of 6375 West Earl of Bronson Memorial Highway. Do you understand? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Melvin Cooley.
We would be waiving the reading of the charges at this time, both of them.
I'm sorry, did you say both of them?
Yes, might as well.
Good afternoon, sir. I have 2 cases for you. The first one is 21 CF 3002. Your attorney has waived the reading, so I do find probable cause for this offense. Your bond's going to be set at $25,000. You're not to have any contact with a listed victim. You're not to have any unsupervised contact with anyone under the age of 18. Anything else, State?
No, Your Honor.
Your second case is 21 CF 3005. I believe your attorney has also waived the reading of these charges as well. It's 3 separate counts. The first count, I do find probable cause. Your bond's going to be stayed at $1,000. Count 2, I do find probable cause. Your bond is going to be stayed at $2,000. Count 3, I do find probable cause. Your bond's going to be stayed at $500. All right, thank you. Destiny Cruz.
Hi.
Good afternoon, Ms. Cruz. Your case number is, you have a couple of cases. The first one I'm going to deal with is 21 MM 2754. It's a violation of no contact order. I do find probable cause for this offense. Your bond is going to be set at $1,000. You were out on bond on a couple of cases, 21 MM 2620. I'm going to revoke your bond in that case, set you at 0. 2021 MM 2379. I'm going to revoke your bond on that case and set you at 0 as well. Have I missed any other cases?
No, that's it, Judge.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. And for the record, the violation of probation case, there's a no contact order as well. Okay. Ellie Dela Cruz.
He's approaching, Your Honor. I will be arguing for probable cause in this case.
For all counts or?
Yes.
All right.
May I, Your Honor?
Just 1 second. Let me call the case for the record. All right, Mr. Ellie Dela Cruz, I have 2 cases for you. The first one is a 2021 CF 3010, and I believe your attorney has an argument. So.
Yes, Your Honor. Although the stop was reasonable, there was reasons for him to be stopped due to the traffic infraction. The after-mentioned search was not reasonable. Although he may have had reasons for suspecting danger to the officer, warranting a Terry stop, he did not search his person. He continued to search other things of his belongings, and he was not, due to the charging affidavit, it is not within the 4 corners that he felt like his safety was at risk. So the after-mentioned search was a result of a resisting without violence charge that would have been presumed, but he didn't have any reason to command of him anything. He was removing things out of his pockets, and then he argued that, or he mentioned that he was going to arrest him, but I don't see a specific spot on there where it says, I arrested him, or attempted arrest. So for those reasons, there's no probable cause for any arrest, and specifically the fruits of the
poisonous tree.
Right. So we'd be arguing that he would be released on his own regardless due to those things.
Response?
Your Honor, defense conceded that the defendant was lawfully stopped. While law enforcement was giving him lawful commands, he resisted arrest. He fled from the scene, and that's when he threw the black zipper bag, which contained the drugs and other contraband in them. So state would argue that there is probable cause for every charge listed in the affidavit.
All right. Thank you both for your arguments. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find probable cause for each of these offenses. Count 1, the bond is going to remain at $2,500. Count 2, which is the possession of methamphetamine with intent to sell, the bond is going to remain at $7,500. Count 3, resisting arrest without violence, the bond will be stayed at $500. And count 4, which is the possession and use of drug paraphernalia, the bond will remain at $500. Your second case is 2021 CF 2381, is a bench warrant. And you do have a bond on this case. It is set at $3,500. Right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, will you be taking action on the case the defendant is out on bond, 21 MM 2641?
Oh, I missed that one. All right, 21 MM 2641, you're out on bond when you picked up. I'm sorry? Oh, can you call him back? Thank you. Yes.
I'm here.
All right. Mr. Dela Cruz, I have another case. You were out on bond on this case. It's 21 MM 2641. When you picked up these charges, looks like it's a battery. Is it domestic?
It is a battery, Judge, domestic battery.
All right. Because of these new offenses, I'm going to have to revoke your bond and set you at 0 at this time, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Xavier, is it Imrie? Good afternoon. Your case number is 21CF3015. Has 3 separate offenses: criminal mischief, burglary of unoccupied structure, and resisting arrest without violence. I did review the charging affidavit, and I do find probable cause for each of these offenses. Your bond is to count 1 is going to be stayed at $500. Your bond is to count 2 is going to be stayed at $3,500. Your bond is to count 3 is going to be stayed at $500. Okay? Thank you. Please do not return to the area of 6375 West Earl Bronson Memorial Highway.
Judge, would you consider pretrial release supervision?
No.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Jose Melendez Santiago. So your case is 21MM2758, 1 count of battery, domestic violence. I did review the charging affidavit, and I do find probable cause for your arrest. You do qualify for PTR with bonds. Your bond amount's $500. Your PTR conditions: no contact with the listed victim. You are to maintain a separate residence, and you are not to possess any weapons and firearms. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Robert Morris.
He's in the hospital, Judge.
That's correct, Your Honor. I apologize. He won't be here. Would Your Honor reset him until he's out of the hospital?
Unless you want to waive his appearance today.
Not for this first time.
Okay. We can reset until he's released. Mitchell Platt.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good afternoon, sir. I have 1 case for you. It's 21CF3017. Has 2 separate counts. The first one is trafficking in methamphetamine. Second count is drug paraphernalia. I do find probable cause for each of these offenses. Your bond as to count 1 will be stayed at $100,000. Your bond as to count 2 will be stayed at $500. Okay, thank you.
Would you like to have pretrial release supervision, Judge?
No pretrial release.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Did you say 100,000 or 10,000?
100.
And did you say no for pretrial release?
That is correct.
Yes, Judge.
Carlos, is it Aquiles Morales? All right, sir, I have 1 case for you. It's 21CF3018. Has 3 separate offenses. The first one is burglary of unoccupied structure. Second count is criminal mischief, and third count is resisting arrest without violence. I do find probable cause for each of these offenses. Count 1, your bond will be stayed at $3,500. Count 2, your bond will be stayed at $500. And count 3, your bond will be stayed at $500. Please do not return to the area of 6375 West Earl Bronson Memorial Highway. Do you understand? Yes. Thank you. Ulysses Rivera.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mr. Rivera, I have 1 case. It's 21CF3019. You have 3 separate counts. The first one is criminal mischief. Second count is burglary of unoccupied structure. And the third count is resisting arrest without violence. I do find probable cause for each of these offenses. Count 1, your bond is going to be stayed at $500. Count 2, your bond is going to be stayed at $3,500. And count 3, your bond is going to be stayed at $500. Please do not return to the area of 6375 West Earl Bronson Memorial Highway. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. Monica Rivers.
Your Honor, I would be arguing for probable cause in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Rivers. You have one case, it's 21MM2761, and has one count, which is petty theft. Yes, ma'am, your arguments?
Yes, Your Honor, this sworn affidavit is very vague. It does not indicate the location or what kind of store it is. It does not indicate who saw her, how they saw her possibly taking things. All it says is they committed a violation of retail theft, which is very conclusory. So there's no information in this affidavit or any of the specifics required for probable cause. So we'd be asking for probable cause not be found and she be released on ROR.
So the fact that it says that the theft was captured on the Walmart store security camera is not enough?
I don't have that affidavit, Your Honor. I have a one-page affidavit that just says defendant Rivera did commit the violation of retail theft.
No, I have more. She failing to pay for said items, total value 121. She received and concealed items, passing all points of sale with no intention of returning them to the victim. It lists all the items that were stolen. And it talks about a confession.
Oh, I don't have any of that, Your Honor.
Okay.
So we'd be asking maybe for a reset for the PD to receive that? Or if Your Honor wouldn't, just give me 1 second to speak with her. At this time, we'd be waiving probable cause and asking for a bond for today.
Okay. According to this, it looks like PTR, she qualifies for direct.
That's correct, Judge.
All right, State, do you have any objection?
No, Your Honor. Did Your Honor find probable cause?
I do find probable cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so the court's gonna go ahead and do a direct PTR. Just do not return to Walmart, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Kevin Rolls. One? I may have taken one out of order.
Oh.
By mistake. Which one is that? I noticed that I did take one. Was it Tyrone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tyrone, yeah.
Yes, I found it. All right, so we're on Kevin Rolls, case number is 21MM2762. He's been charged with one count of battery, domestic. I have reviewed the charging affidavit and I do find probable cause for your arrest. We do have someone in the courtroom. Ma'am, can you please state your first and last name?
Kayla Jackson Rolls.
Okay, you are the alleged victim?
Yes.
Right, go ahead and raise your right hand for me.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead and put your hand down, Ms. Rolls. I don't want to hear anything about the facts of the case. However, I would like to know if you wish to have contact with the defendant.
Yes.
Okay, tell me why.
Because we have 11 years old daughter.
Okay.
And
are you afraid of him?
Yes.
You are afraid of him?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any family members that lives in Osceola or Central Florida?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So besides wanting contact only because of your daughter, if let's just say you didn't have a daughter in common, would you still want to have contact?
No.
Okay. All right. So do you have any questions?
No questions, Your Honor. I would just like the court to know that I did speak with the victim prior to, and she indicated that she did not want contact, but that there could be contact regarding the child only.
That was going to be my next question for her. Do you have a family member that you trust that could potentially act as like the third party so the defendant can have contact with your child? Who is it?
My mom.
Your mom?
Yes.
Okay.
No questions from defense.
All right, thank you. All right, this is gonna be PTR with bonds. Your bond's gonna be set at $500. You're not to have any contact with a listed victim, okay? And that's Miss, is it Kia? Is that how you say your name? Kayla? Kayla Jackson Rolls. So do not have any contact with her. Do not return to the residence. You're to maintain a separate residence from her. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. As to the child, you may have contact with your child, but it has to be through your mother-in-law. And what is your mom's name? Mariette Jackson. Mariette Jackson, okay? So that is the only way. You have to don't contact Miss Jackson Rolls. Contact your mother-in-law in order for you to see that child. Do you understand, sir?
Would Your Honor entertain a one-time return? He does have his vehicle at the residence and some personal belongings that he needs.
Okay, I will give you a one-time assistance with law enforcement, okay, to obtain your personal items. That means that you cannot go there without law enforcement being present. Do you understand? Yes. All right. Any questions, ma'am?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Tyrone, is it Jurial?
Is that Toro?
I'm sorry?
He's approaching.
Tyrone, Do we have someone else here? Oh, okay. All right, sir, your case is 21MM2756. It's one count of battery. It's non-domestic. I do find probable cause. This is going to be bonds with PTR. So your bond set at $500. You cannot have any contact with the list of victims. You understand? Don't say, I just want to, yes or no. Do you understand?
No, I don't.
You don't understand not having any contact?
The battery was the house?
What? Your Honor, the defendant has informed that the location of the alleged altercation is his home, and the alleged victims are squatters in the home. So we'd be asking for him to be able to return to that location for other things. We have no objection to no contact.
All right. I don't have any information as to who owns this house or not. Right now, there's a no contact, no return. If you have information for the court as to who's on the lease, I don't know if this is a rented property or not.
Maiden name.
Okay, if you can provide me with some documentation of this, then I can go ahead and modify it. But right now, there's a no contact, no return, and no possession of weapons and firearms. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Cameron Rubino. All right. Mr. Rubino, I have one case. It's 21MM2763. It has one count of battery, domestic violence. I do find probable cause for your arrest. You do qualify for bonds with PTR. Your bond amount is going to be $500. Please do not have any contact with the listed victim. I believe that's Miss Destiny Cruz, who's also incarcerated. You are to maintain a separate residence from her. You are not to possess any weapons or firearms. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
And Judge, you did say PTR with this case?
Yes, bonds with PTR.
Thank you, Judge.
Are you able to get that?
That's fine. I'll take her after we do this. Oh, you're welcome. Jose Soto?
Okay.
All right, Mr. Soto, you have one case. It's 21 CF 3020. It has 3 separate offenses. The first one is criminal mischief. Second count is burglary of unoccupied structure. The third count is resisting arrest without violence. I do find probable cause on each of these offenses. Count 1, your bond's going to be stayed at $500. Count 2, your bond's going to be stayed at $3,500. And count 3, your bond's going to be stayed at $500. Please do not return to the area of 6375 West Earl Bronson Memorial Highway. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
The last defendant has refused. We'd be asking for a reset for tomorrow.
So you don't wish to waive his appearance?
Not on the first one. I usually do it on the second one.
Okay. All right, thank you. I believe I am done with my docket unless you all have an inmate that I may have missed.
No, Your Honor, I believe that's it. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Well, court's not adjourned, actually. We have a victim here. I believe she was on the first case, so she may have some questions. I want you all to stick around.
Okay, Your Honor, one second. We are bringing the defendant back if Your Honor would give us just 1 minute.
Okay, thank you.
Unfortunately, he was the one that needed Spanish, so hopefully.
I can call back the Spanish interpreter. Hopefully they're available.
Is that for Ocasio Morales, Judge?
Gonzalez Toro.
Oh,
This one, you come right here.
All right, just 1 second. I press the button. Here we go.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Rafael Barrera, State Certified Court Interpreter. I have been previously sworn.
Good afternoon. I need your services on one case that we previously called. However, the victim is present and she would like to ask the court some questions. So we're just waiting on the defendant to get back so that way we can interpret for him.
Certainly, Your Honor. Which case is that, Judge?
It's Virgilio Gonzalez Toro, case number 2021 CF 3014.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you need a Spanish interpreter? I know I'm saying it in English. No. Okay.
¿Usted va a necesitar el intérprete en español?
No.
No. Your Honor, if the interpreter could request that we inform the witness to please wait for the interpretation, since I will be interpreting for the defendant.
Yes. So when you ask your questions, just take a pause. Just allow him to translate. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. right, do we know how long it's gonna take for Mr. Gonzalez-Toro to join us?
Your Honor, I thought you wanted Batista, Ashley Batista, the first one.
No, my first one was Virgilio Gonzalez-Toro.
Is that who is just here? 1 second. Oh, he was just here. 1 second. He's here.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I thought you meant the first one on the docket.
Oh, no. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Gonzalez-Toro.
Muy buenas tardes, señor González Toro.
We have someone present in the courtroom.
Tenemos alguien presente aquí en la sala.
Ma'am, can you please state your first and last name?
Señora, por favor, no puede dar su nombre. I'm sorry, Your Honor, the interpreter is not able to hear.
Right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, go ahead.
Adelante, señor.
Gelis La Claustra.
Gelis Lequestra.
You are the alleged victim?
¿Usted es la presunta víctima?
Yes.
Sí.
All right, go ahead and raise your right hand for me.
Por favor, levante su mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Juro, afirma decir la verdad, solamente la verdad que Dios la ampare.
Sí, yes.
Sí.
You can put your hand down.
¿Puede bajar la mano?
Okay. What questions would you like to ask me?
¿Qué preguntas me quisiera hacer usted a mí?
I would like to have no contact with Mr. Virgilio for me and my kids.
Okay.
Yo quisiera pedirle que se le prohíba el contacto, señor Vigilio, a mí y a mis hijos.
And I really don't want to harm him in any way, but I really don't want him around us.
No quisiera lastimarlo de ninguna manera, pero no quiero que se rodee o que esté cerca de mí.
Okay. State, do you have any questions?
Fiscalía, ¿tiene usted alguna pregunta?
Have you had any incidents with the defendant in the past?
¿Usted ha tenido incidentes con el acusado anteriormente?
You mean before this one?
Yes,
No.
¿Usted dice es antes de este?
No.
Has he ever
No.
been violent towards your children?
No.
¿Él en algún momento se ha comportado de manera violenta hacia sus niños?
No.
Are you concerned
No.
for the safety of your children?
¿Usted se siente preocupada por la seguridad de sus hijos?
Yes.
No
Sí.
questions, Your Honor.
No tengo más preguntas.
Thank you. Defense, do you have any questions?
Yes.
Defensa, ¿tiene usted alguna pregunta?
Yes.
Sí, señora.
Ma'am, if you were in fear of him, would you hesitate of calling police immediately?
Señora, si usted se sintiera en peligro por parte de él, ¿usted llamaría a la policía inmediatamente?
Yes.
No further
Sí.
questions.
No tengo más preguntas, su señoría.
All right. Ma'am, what I will do on this case, I will order a no contact with yourself as well as your children. Sorry, go ahead.
Señora, lo que voy a hacer en este caso es que le voy a prohibirle contacto a él, a usted y a sus niños.
He is going to come back in front of me as to count 3 because I didn't find probable cause, which just means I need some more information in reference to count 3.
Él va a tener que regresar enfrente de mí referente al tercer cargo porque no determiné motivo fundado. O sea, necesito más información sobre ese cargo.
But it will be a no contact.
Pero se le va a prohibir el contacto.
Your Honor, if I may.
Su señoría, si me permite.
Since you did find probable cause for count 1, I would just ask that the defendant not possess any weapons or firearms.
Ya que usted, su señoría, determinó motivo fundado en el primer cargo, le pido que usted le obligue a él a no portar armas de fuego o armas blancas.
Right. No weapons, no firearms as well.
No se le permitirá armas de fuego o armas blancas.
All right. Anything else?
Muchas gracias.
All right, thank you.
Okay, ya te pueden ir. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. You all have a good day. Court's adjourned.
You too. Bye-bye.
Have a good